Meeting, September 16th, 2019. Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Ford,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teeter,
Here.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Frank,
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Douglas, Councilmember Huseman,
Present.
Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Horiola. Present. Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We do have one member not here this evening. I'm open for a motion to allow for an excused absence. Councilman Huseman,
Motion to excuse Councilman Douglas.
Mr. Teeter.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow for that excused absence. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. And I'd like to ask the audience to please rise for a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And please keep in your thoughts and prayers. Councilman Davis's father was in a bad accident last Wednesday, still in the hospital in a coma, and we hope that he gets better. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As for audience introduction, I think I'm going to skip audience introduction for this evening unless the council member has a concern with skipping that per our discussions at our last study session. All right, that takes us to proclamations. We start with a proclamation honoring the 135th anniversary of 27J School District. I'd like to invite representatives from 27J School District forward to the podium. Is there anyone here from 27J? Come on up.
Right there, sir.
Good evening. Glad to have you here. 135 years, quite an accomplishment for the school district. And tonight we do have a proclamation. Will the city attorney please read the proclamation?
Whereas School District Number 27, now known as 27J Schools, was originally established by J.L. Fetzer, County Superintendent of Schools, on the 13th day of September, 1884. And whereas 27J Schools currently provides over 19,000 students with the tools and resources to succeed now and in the future. And whereas this City Council is proud to celebrate 27J Schools on the occasion of its 135th anniversary and wishes 27J Schools and its students continuing success in the years to come. Now therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that this City Council enthusiastically supports 27J Schools and recommits our community to engage in programs and activities that enable 27J Schools to excel in providing outstanding educational experiences for all students.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Mr. Teeter?
I'd like to make a motion to honor the proclamation honoring the 135th anniversary of 27J Schools.
Mr. Huseman?
I'd like to second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation as read. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. I want to turn over the podium to you if you have a few things you want to say about 27J School District, and then I'll invite the council down to take a picture when we hand you the proclamation.
Thought maybe someone would come in and say,
Nah,
doesn't
it's
look like it.
just-
I thought I
just
was
you.
doing the picture taking
Yeah,
tonight,
it's
but
just you.
certainly moments like this with our 135th anniversary are a great opportunity to look back at where we came from. It's been great to do that, but it also encourages you to look forward to the future. While our history with Commerce City is a little more recent than maybe with our core schools in Brighton, we're very excited about the support that we receive from Commerce City, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you for recognizing our anniversary.
Absolutely. All right, if council will join me down front, please.
I just think they can keep coming in. Do you want more, sir? There we go. Thank you.
Moving on the agenda, it brings us to citizen communication portion of the meeting. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address the council on business and affairs of the city. If you're here to speak on an ordinance or a resolution that is not on the consent agenda, please wait until that item is called. The city council is not able to hear comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before city council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes, and thank you. Come on up when I call your name. Jim Jones. Good evening.
Mayor Ford, members of council. I was asked tonight to come give you a brief update on the PFAS compounds. As council's aware, last July, the district became aware that we had PFAS compounds in our water supplies. We had previously sampled for those compounds in 2013. All those samples came back below detection levels. We voluntarily resampled in 2018, and detection levels have gone from 40 parts per trillion down to 2 parts per trillion. At those lower levels, we could see some of these compounds in our water supplies. Luckily, we had carbon treatment in place already. As part of the arsenal cleanup, we got granular activated carbon treatment. Carbon is one of the preferred treatment alternatives for these compounds, so because we already had that in place, we have never seen a treated water sample above the EPA health advisory of 70 parts per trillion, so we're happy about that. We have that carbon in place. One thing that we've done in the last year is to update and accelerate our carbon changeout. We were doing about 3 carbon contactors a year. We're doing about 11 carbon contactors a year now to be more responsive to these specific compounds and to make sure that we're keeping those levels well below the health advisory limits. The other thing we have the ability to do is to increase how much treated Denver water that we take. We've actually even just done an amendment to our Denver water agreement that if we had a situation where we needed to, we could increase that 4,000 acre feet by another 50% or 2,000 acre feet if we needed to respond to this. Again, things are going well, and we don't anticipate that at any time in the near future, but we do have that ability. The other thing that we've done is over the last year, we've acquired the instrument, and we now have the ability to analyze for these compounds. We're one of only a handful of labs in the whole nation that have the ability to do this. It's important to us to have that ability because we are sending samples out to the contract labs, and it would cost anywhere from $400 to $600, and you wouldn't get the results for 2 months. We need more timely results so that we know if we need to take actions, change out carbon contactors, things like that. The other thing that we're doing is we did an engineering study that shows that carbon is, at the levels we currently see, carbon is the most effective treatment process and most cost effective for us. So we want to try to keep those levels where we currently see them. So one of the big things we're trying to do is get out and identify sources. And to the extent we identify those sources, hopefully get those controlled so that we can mitigate and keep our levels low and keep using the carbon to treat for these compounds. That's kind of where we're at, and I'll leave it up to council. If you have any specific questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Well, thanks for coming in tonight, Jim. Appreciate the update and the fact that you're running more carbon and being responsive to the levels that you're seeing. Is there anyone on council that has any questions for Mr. Jones at this time? Seeing none. Appreciate the update.
All right, thank you.
Lisa Goodmanson.
Lisa Goodmanson, and I will email you my address. My name is Lisa Goodmanson. I'm a mineral rights owner and a resident of Commerce City. I'm going to kind of deviate today and agree with oil and gas regarding a few things that they brought up to you guys. On the table was the 1,000-foot setback. You guys have been dealing with the ROA. Oil and gas has been asking all of the cities in the area, why are you allowing homes to be built where you know there's going to be proposed drilling? I would like to know that as well. I'm trying to figure out why Commerce City is allowing building being near proposed pads and the other way around. It's like you're trying to get the best of both worlds, but that's not going to be a possibility with the new rules from the COGCC coming down. You're doing a great disservice to the industry and the residents of this city by pitting us against each other. 'Cause I can tell you, the industry is going to be pissed off. They're 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 going to be pissed As far as the 100,000-foot setbacks, I am mind boggled that our county is more concerned about the health and safety of rural and unincorporated areas than my city is for my safety and my health. I would like to read an excerpt from a response that was sent into the COGCC regarding the antelope pad. We have grave concerns over the location due to the proximity to the future multifamily housing that is expected to be constructed within the 170 feet of the proposed location, which would be the antelope pad. The proposed production facility and wells would be within 500 feet of more than 100 homes. These individuals were gravely concerned about that. They were generally opposed to locating 24 wells and 48 tanks and other related equipment immediately adjacent to residential areas. They also had a great concern about the proposed antelope location's health and safety risk it might pose to future Commerce City residents. 500 feet may not protect nearby residents from health effects resulting from air pollutants emitted from these facilities. The risk and injury to members of the public from well fires and explosions rises in direct relation to the distance of the oil and gas facilities to homes. Peoria Street was also an issue for these people. Would you like to know who wrote this little fun tidbit of information to the COGCC? It was Chris Kramer and Matt Sura. Your attorneys and your representatives are the ones who wrote this. They have grave concerns about our health and safety, but all of a sudden, that was at a 500-foot setback. They were gravely concerned. And now you guys are scoffing at a 1,000-foot setback and won't follow suit what the county is doing. I wish that you guys would take a break from this ROA, wait till the COGC comes up with their rules, and then proceed from there, because what you're doing is a huge injustice to the citizens of this city.
Thank you. Megan Becker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Directors of Frontera Village, Metropolitan District Number 2, and there's actually a administrative business matter on your agenda tonight, agenda item 19-64, essentially requesting the acknowledgement and consent of this council relative to the refinancing of the district's outstanding debt. There is a little bit of lack of clarity in the existing service plan relative to this matter, and all the district desires to do is to take its existing debt, which was originally outstanding in the approximate amount of $8.6 million total, currently outstanding in the approximate amount of just over $6.5 million, take advantage of the interest rates at this time, get a lower interest rate, a reduced maturity, lower mill levy to refund that debt. There will be no new money issued, but for purposes of clarity and ensuring compliance with the service plan, the district has requested this consent and published a notice as required pursuant to statute. So I'm simply here in support of that tonight, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Ford.
Sir.
May I just note as a follow-on to that, I'd advised Ms. Becker that this item would be best addressed under citizen communication, so if there are questions based on that, I'd recommend doing that now, as she may not be here later in the meeting.
Is there anybody has any questions for Mrs. Baker or Becker at this time? Saying none. Thank you. Tom Green. Oh, you do? All right. Mr. Huseman has a question, comment.
Ms. Becker?
I apologize. I thought I heard a hearing none.
No problem. During your refinancing, will you guys be extending the term of the loan?
We will not. It'll be shorter.
Great. And will there be a cap on how much you guys are able to pull out in bonds whenever you do this?
There will be, this is purely a refinancing, so there is no new money whatsoever. It's just like refinancing your home and getting better rates. There's no additional revenue coming out of this.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Green, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. With me today, I have our Government Relations Officer, Troy Whitmore, and I have two of our Board of Directors. I have Dave Rose from the South District, and I have Ursula Morgan from our West District. And again, we're here on our annual visit to demonstrate the cooperative difference. As you know, United Power is an electric cooperative. That means we're owned by those we serve, and we're governed by a board of directors elected from the membership. We don't operate to maximize profits to deliver to shareholders like a unnamed other utility that might be serving the city. We are a not-for-profit business. We strive to deliver electricity at the lowest cost possible to our over 92,000 member owners. And after all the bills are paid, if there's any money left over, we call that a margin, and we allocate that back to our members based on their previous year usage. And again, as our financial position allows and our board of directors feel its need, they designate an annual retirement of our allocated capital credits, which is returned to you guys, the members, including the members right here in Commerce City. That retirement contains the oldest allocated capital credits and along with a portion of the most recent usage so that all of our members get a piece of that pie, but our longest members usually get a larger refund. Anything less than a $10 refund is applied directly to their bill as a bill credit, but anything more than that results in a physical check because we really want people to see that cooperative difference and put it in their hands. In total this year, the board retired $5.5 million across our membership. That number represents $600,000 in just the Commerce City areas that we serve for your area alone. And you personally have 69 accounts with United Power. That includes sprinklers, street lights, pumps, traffic signals, the Buffalo Run Golf Course, the Buffalo Ridge Recreation Center, and several irrigation accounts. And since 1997, United Power has returned more than $116,000 to the city of Commerce City. And that includes this year's retirement, which is a little over 10% of that. $12,474.45. Again, we are happy to give this money to you from the company that you're a part owner of. We're honored to serve you, and we're honored to be a part of the community. As you know, if there's an opportunity for us to be a part of it, whether it's the concert series, neighborhood outreaches, or even the last week's community festival, United Power is going to be there because we love to serve Commerce City and the residents here. So thank you. We appreciate it. We enjoy serving you.
Great, thank you. All right, next will be Judy Doris.
Good afternoon. My name is Judy Doris. I live at 11882 Chambers Drive, Commerce City, Colorado. My question is, we're all speculating how many people actually know what oil and gas and fracking is. I took a poll in my neighborhood, even though our HOA president said he was representing us all. 69% of the people in my neighborhood don't even know what's going on. So you guys are going to go put this fracking in and do all this stuff when people really aren't knowledgeable. Yeah, they can read a paper, they can listen to TV, but people need to be more informed. And I'm sorry, you go ahead and sign this off. You're giving the oil companies a key to our city to do whatever they damn well feel like. And that is wrong to your community. You're representing us. You're not representing an oil company or a gas company. You're representing the people who put you in the office, and some of you are running for different offices. So therefore, that tells me that there is an issue. Every time there's an election, things kind of slide in a little bit faster. I grew up in Adams County. I watched it 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when city council members turned the cheek to the community and went along with different companies that ended up turning and slapping them in the face. And when these oil companies take off because they go bankrupt or whatever, you're going to be slapped in the face just like they were 30, 40 years ago. But you know what? The citizens are going to be paying for what they leave behind. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think you should jeopardize our kids, our families, or our health. You're not God. You need to represent your community who voted for you, put their faith in you, and think about your own families. Don't just think about us. But I want to make sure you understand that I took a personal vote on our website in our neighborhood area. 69%. Think about it. Not whatever you guys are all saying, oh, everybody's for oil and gas. They're not. And it's a shame if you think you're representing all of us. Think with your heart, think with your mind, think with your soul. Don't let oil and gas come in and take care of the city that my generation, maybe a generation ahead of us, built. And don't ruin it for the younger generation coming up. It's in your hands. And hopefully you might have some common sense to take some time, let the laws all get put into place, and then vote. Voting, putting the horse before the cart isn't a good idea. And signing off to these guys and saying, here's a golden key, you can do whatever you damn well wish. It's gonna apply to you guys too, not just the community. You guys are gonna be affected too. So hopefully you won't do something dumb, and we taxpayers and homeowners have to deal with it. Think before you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacob Coles.
Good evening. My
Good
name
evening.
is Jacob Katz. I'm at
Katz.
7200 Quebec Parkway. Sorry about my handwriting.
All right.
For the past 7 years, I have served in Adams 14 School District as a PE teacher and athletic director at Kearney Middle School. This year, I was hired as the new athletic director and assistant principal at Adams City High School. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the longtime residents and thousands of Adams City High School alumni of Adams City High School that have a rich tradition here and devotion to our high school. For the past 100 years, we have seen the pride that people have to the Adams City High School athletic department and school, and I would like to thank and acknowledge them. I'd also like, without reservation, to apologize for the lack of consistency and confusion the last few years with regard to the scheduling and implementation of the homecoming festivities. The homecoming activity schedule recently changed due to the rise in data and concern with concussions. In the past, the homecoming game, the homecoming high school game was played on Saturday. However, when the Powder Puff game and the bonfire, we started tracking the amount of concussions that were occurring and the students staying up later, and the amount of concussions were higher on that game on Saturday due to the lack of sleep, participating in the events, and getting up early to participate in the homecoming parade on Saturday. Before I was in this position, the game was switched to Friday night, with the homecoming parade remaining on Saturday. Because the community wanted the parade to lead into a football game, the solution we thought we could do while taking into concern with player safety was having Adams City Middle School play Kearney at the end of the parade. So it is my understanding that that had not been communicated to you, and I apologize. So I'm here today to communicate that reason behind that was due to player safety and the rise of concussions. I'd like to end my statement by saying that moving forward, I plan to come up with a plan that will meld tradition and the new policy changes to make the homecoming to best support our student safety, the community, and everybody involved.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a council member that has a comment, Mr. Teeter.
Welcome. I'm glad to see a new face over there taking this program over. I did notice today when I was driving by that you were advertising your ladies softball team tonight. That is something we have missed in the past, so I'm glad to see that you are putting it up for the residents to see what is going on during the week of the school.
Absolutely, and they're going for their third straight win tonight, so good things are happening.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Jacob, for all your service and education and stepping up to take on a job that's obviously had a difficult past. Thanks for taking the lead for that.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, sir.
I think that's it. I want to thank you for what you're doing for Adams City, and look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, have a good night. DJ Jeffers.
Good evening, councilmen and women. My name is B.J. Jeffers, and I'm the principal at Adams City High School. I came here this evening to share with you a little bit of information how I ended up in Adams 14 School District. I'll be starting my 20th year as an administrator in education, the last 5 being here in Adams 14. I came primarily when I was called out of Denver by the superintendent at that time, and I was only coming for a couple of years and fell in love with your community. Should have retired a few years back, but the love of the families, the students, and the community has kept me around, and I'm starting my 5th year. I am honored to be asked to go over and assist with Adams City High School. Jacob Katz was my athletic director when I was principal at Kearney. We were the first school to go green in Adams 14 and in this district, and asked him to come assist us up at the high school from everything that had been going on in the last couple years. We want the community here to know that we want you at Adams City High School. Like Jacob shared, there's a long tradition of families who have graduated out of our high school, and we want to keep that going. We're looking forward to forging new partnerships with the businesses in Commerce City. We have flyers that we'd like to distribute to council, city manager, assistant managers. We brought probably about, maybe 50 to kind of distribute and personally invite each and every one of you and those from Commerce City to our homecoming and events that we're having at the high school. Council, city staff, and the entire community of Commerce City, even all those that are here, we would like to invite you to our homecoming activities. We have Spirit Week in every single school where staff and students dress according to what that day is. So like Tuesday would be Tie-Dye Tuesday, and then you have a polka dot day. Then we start out with our Powder Puff game on Thursday, which are grade levels against each other, the juniors and the seniors. And then Friday at 7 o'clock, we have our homecoming game against Westminster. I'd love to see some of you all out there. Saturday morning, our parade starts at 9 and leads right into the high school, followed by trying to align our middle schools with the high school. So at noon, there'll be a volleyball game between Adams City Middle School and Kearney Middle School. And at 1 o'clock, we'll have a football game, Adams City Middle School versus Kearney Middle School. And then that evening, they'll have their dance. So we have a lot of activities going on that week, and we'd love for you to come out and partake in some of those. I want to again thank the citizens of Commerce City, council, the police department, the fire district for the decades of support to this wonderful high school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in. Susan Noble.
Good evening, I'm Susan Noble, Reunion in Commerce City. In May of 2018, neighbors from several subdivisions, Reunion, Buffalo Mesa, Buffalo Run, Turnberry, Potomac Farms, North Range Village, and Outlook came together as North Range Concerned Citizens to help inform our neighbors about the oil and gas activity planned for this area and the consequences. We'd wondered then if an industrial company came to the building department with plans for a plant in a residential area, that we'd hope the answer would be no, that's incompatible with the zoning laws. If you as council members knew then what you know now, would you have approved the Suncor refinery in southern Commerce City? We hope your answer would be no to that as well. Tonight, I'm here to urge you on behalf of North Range Concerned Citizens to not only object to the city manager signing the regional operator agreement with Extraction Oil and Gas, but to discard the agreement in its entirety. The ROA is not a framework, as the city manager stated at your study session, nor is everyone doing it. Agreements were in vogue before 181 became state law because this was the only chance you had to extract any concessions from an operator. Aurora did one for reasons most folks can't understand except for oil and gas operators. All changed when 181 became law and you gained the local control that you had once claimed was all you needed to address the concentration and intensity of hundreds of wells surrounding and fracking under our homes. While there are revisions in the regional operator agreement that are improvements in response to the 90% of 384 comments in opposition to the agreement that you received, unfortunately, several of the worst elements remain. If you do not stop this agreement with extraction, you would tie the hands of Commerce City forever, long after you've left office, long after any children fall ill or spill contaminates our groundwater, or our earthquakes are reawakened, or the air becomes unbreathable more than it is now. When you went back to the negotiating table with Extraction, they won. It may appear they conceded some stricter regulations, but in reality, for example, while a Tier 4 engine is listed in the best management practices, so are two other less safe options, like multiple choice. So they took out economic hardship and wherever practicable and just built it right back into the language. Further, the agreement includes 2 poison pills. Term of Agreement, Article 2, and Article 9 required regulatory permits. These 2 sections would tie Commerce City hands in perpetuity. One section means that no site can ever be denied. The other section means that no city administration can ever object or oppose before the COGCC. Please stop the agreement and put regulations in place instead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eric Jacobson.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I'm Eric Jacobson with Extraction Oil and Gas. I'm joined here by Spencer Crouch, also with Extraction. We would like to concede our time tonight, but wish to communicate to all of you that we and other members of Extraction are here tonight and available to answer questions should you have any during appropriate times of the session.
Thank you. John Myers.
I'm John Myers. I live at 16154 East 105th Street. Mayor and members of the council, I'm here really representing 3 families. Judy and I live in Buffalo Mesa, and we have 2 daughters, son-in-laws, and grandkids that live in River Oaks. I'm here to talk to you about public policy making because that's what I know best. I know it because I've had nearly 4 decades of work with state and local policy makers. And I became involved in the issue of oil and gas when we got our mineral rights letters to purchase our mineral rights. And as we followed up and learned more about that, we ended up at the COGCC. And what I learned was it was an unbalanced system from the state angle of how we do oil and gas policy making. Then this last year, Senate Bill 181 was passed. And I got an opportunity to serve on the focus group, and I appreciate that. I learned a lot about management practices and land use participation. And we had 5 meetings, and then the ROA came out, and we had another meeting that we had at least an opportunity to comment about. During that time, I also learned that the regional operators agreement was not the right way to go about this. You started that development in a year in November ahead of when major state policy was changed. I'm here to say that it makes sense for you to look at regulation of oil and gas under your new powers. And you have examples. There are other cities and certainly Adams County Commission that has already taken that kind of step. Yet the ROA would limit your ability to deal with COGCC. It would limit your ability to regulate in the future. And therefore, you've put your staff in a tough situation. And that was true throughout the focus group. Every time I asked the question, what's the real advantage to the ROA in our setting right now? And I never really got a good answer to that. What's the advantage to the city in the current environment? And so I'm here to say, I ask you to ask your staff not to sign the ROA.
Thank you. Lloyd Trujillo.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Floyd Trujillo. I'm at 11232 West Mesa Run. And what I want to talk about are just 3 items that are being pushed by radical groups in my hometown here in Commerce City. I grew up in the shadows of the oil refineries, and my 85-year-old parents, they're here today, have been in the same house since the 1950s. Over the past few years, we've had an influx of out-of-state residents moving to our communities. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we have a new resident claiming the oil and gas industry is killing their son due to nosebleeds from fracking wells. I say, hold on a second. I grew up here. My 85-year-old parents did, and not a single health issue. So how is that killing the residents of Commerce City? Somehow, am I to believe that this out-of-state individual, fracking wells are killing us? That's the fear being pushed by these individuals. In 1919, the life expectancy of an American was 55 years. Today, it's 80. If fossil fuels was killing us, especially during the industrial revolution we've had over the last 100 years, shouldn't the life expectancy be declining instead of increasing? We have fossil fuels to thank for the additional 12 years due to research and breakthroughs in science which would not have been possible without fossil fuels. Fossil fuels are evil. That's the lie being pushed. Excuse me. A few weeks ago, an opponent to the industry called Mayor Ford a racist. My family's known this man for decades. My brother went to school with him. My father worked with him. He is no racist. I will say without hesitation the biggest racists I know are white, liberal, elite racists that use people of color to push their agenda and call racism when you disagree with them. This is a diverse community here, tight-knit, and have been for as far back as I can remember. Today we see a fight between decades-established citizens of Commerce City and new folks coming in from out of state. The mission from the new folks is simple: destroy low-skilled, high-paying jobs held by Hispanics. I'm asking City Council to reject these white, liberal, elite, social racists that want to destroy the good-paying jobs from the Hispanic community. Mayor Ford is a racist. That's the hate being pushed by these radical groups in the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Erica Royer.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Erica Royer. I live at 10243 Norfolk Street, which is in the Buckley Ranch subdivision. I'm here before you tonight because I've been, excuse me, to several city council meetings, and I've sent several emails expressing my concerns about the wildlife extermination plan that is disguised as a restoration plan. I realize your target is just prairie dogs, but you continue to ignore the fact that all wildlife will be affected. Prairie dogs are a keystone species. Depending on which study you read, they support anywhere from 160 to over 180 different species. I'm not going to rehash every issue at hand. I am here because despite my offers to help solve the issues and concerns that exist and the generous non-lethal solutions that Prairie Protection Colorado has offered, as well as offering public outreach and education, the council has chosen to disregard our help. I'm here to ask you why. As you are well aware, Prairie Protection Colorado has filed a lawsuit, an injunction, as well as a temporary protection order. And my question tonight is simply, why did it have to come to this? You're going to be wasting taxpayer dollars to fight this in court, and we've acknowledged the concerns, even the ones that we don't believe exist. We've offered solutions for everything, and you have refused our help. I want to know why. Do you have any questions? Fox 31 is here, by the way.
I don't see anyone with any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Hurst.
Erica, as you know, I'm your neighbor. I live right across the street
Yes,
from you,
I know.
essentially. And almost all of our neighbors have come to me wanting this plan to move forward. Not all of them, not all of them for sure, but both sides of the creek have come to me and expressly asked that we continue with this. But as I ask about this, because I'm not heartless, I don't want to kill a bunch of prairie dogs. That is definitely not my goal. That's not why I'm up here.
And it's not just about the prairie dogs.
I understand that your concerns about burrowing owls and the other wildlife that live in that area, but I've addressed this directly with the people that we've had two separate studies done in this area to see what the resolution would be, both with the option of moving the prairie dogs. Neither one found a viable option to move the prairie dogs. The number one concern in that area is the floodplain restoration. And so when you say it's restoration, I could care less about prairie grasses, because prairie grasses will grow naturally if they need to. What I'm concerned about is the flood 6 years ago and us not maintaining our floodplains appropriately for a flood that could happen like that in the future. Now, I've also asked about our black-footed ferret. That has been a very successful program through the Arsenal that I support 100%. That black-footed ferret program, there's been a lot of money put into that program to ensure that those have as successful of a comeback as they have, and that is a very positive thing that the Arsenal has done out there. When they did their assessment of the property that is in question, they found 0 black-footed ferret habitat for them. And so that was a concern that I wanted to address immediately, because I completely understand the position of, well, a poison prairie dog could be fed on by any type of predator, whether it's a raptor or a black-footed ferret or a snake or everything out there that could eat it. My concerns today is, you and I both know that just northeast of that land is private property, and they will move back on. I have no doubt in my mind that the private property northeast of the high school, I mean, room for rent. As soon as that happens, those will start moving that way. But for us to be able to maintain and keep safe the outflow of potential water for a major flood, I think the restoration project addresses that as its number one concern. The prairie grasses, to beautify the area, if you will, for recreational purposes, for the paths and so on and so forth, I think would be a secondary benefit that wouldn't be enjoyed by all, but would be enjoyed by quite a few who live in the area. So my number one concern was finding out what we planned on doing about those concerns that you guys have. In all reality, the stability of the soil is the number one concern from my point of view in terms of flood runoffs, because it's Second Creek. It is the runoff from the northern side of the Arsenal for us to naturally have that flow back to the river. And without that soil reconditioning, we have the potential for having some devastating effects on that area. Now, it's not going to be mine in your neighborhood because we're elevated. We're above Second Creek. Most of the houses on Second Creek have elevated walkout basements, if you will. So it's elevated from that. So the effects of a devastating flood don't affect our neighborhood as much as, say, they would downstream, potentially, if we don't take care of the soil problems that are being created by the prairie dogs. If I could have the best of both worlds, I wouldn't approve a single prairie dog killed in this situation. But from what I have been informed on is that there's been attempts to move the prairie dogs in both research studies, and both times found that we did not have a place actively available to put them within our county. And so that is the reason I have pushed forward from the get-go. And I wanted to make that clear, that we've received countless emails saying that we're heartless and that we don't consider, all the things you can imagine, people calling us thinking that we want to kill prairie dogs. I'm not speaking for everybody up here, but I'm pretty sure everybody up here is in the same boat of, this is not ideal. This is not what everybody wants to do. But when you are faced with 6 years ago, half of the Front Range was destroyed by a massive flood, and one of the reasons was because we weren't prepared for something like that. And then you have two agencies basically telling us this is the way for restoration to it's not going to ensure anything, because obviously we can have a storm bigger than anybody anticipates, but it's at least helping us prepare for an event like that. That's where I become on board and realize that as any major population of wildlife, as we encroach or we move closer to their habitat, we manage them. Whether people like that or not, the fact of the matter is that we have to manage wildlife to reduce the negative impacts that they have on both our community and the wildlife. essentially, I don't know the best way to say it, but we are, when you eliminate all of the predators from the area, you almost yourself have to become one to keep a healthy group of animals. And so I think we have 21 square miles of prairie dogs on the arsenal. We have, I couldn't tell you, but an estimate of over 250 prairie dogs northeast of that area. And trying to reclaim and keep the flooding plain to a safe level with reclaiming the soil is where my head's at. By all means, if we could do that effectively without killing a single prairie dog, I would be voting the other way 100% of the time. And that's just my position on that.
Well, with that being said, have you reached out to Prairie Protection Colorado, because they addressed all of those issues? They have non-lethal solutions. And you're right, there is no place in our county to transport them, but the Rocky Flats does take them. I do a lot of volunteer work. We do a lot of relocations. They are more than happy to take the dogs out there. And all of us work for free.
Mr. Davis.
Erica, you know where I stand on this matter.
Yes, thank you.
And I still stand by that. I think that, a better plan would be wise to do. However, the floodplain argument is new to me. I mean, Craig and I, or Councilman Hurst and I talked about that earlier tonight. And I don't know how much of an impact that is or isn't. I was here for the floods back then and saw that whole area underwater. So I don't know how that would significantly impact that by restoring that area. When it was originally talked about as a restoration project, there was a lot of hard work put in by our city staff in planning to do that. A lot of that was exactly that, restoration. The prairie dog issue came up, and my understanding was that certain prairie dogs had to be removed close to residents. I got a lot of residents' complaints that they were burrowing under the yards. I've had people tell me that it's directly related to hoof and mouth disease, that it's plague, that it's, horses and llamas. I haven't seen any of those down there. I know it's, I'm not joking about that, but that trail is, I don't even know if horses are allowed on that trail. And so there are some concerns and there are some dangers about prairie dogs. However, with that said, I wasn't under the understanding that the entire colony would be killed off, and that's why I voted no on that, and I stand by that. Prairie Protection of Colorado has reached out. I have not got a response as far as how they would relocate, the time they would relocate those dogs and where. But they do have the plan, and all I can tell you is I've brought that forward to our city. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, I appreciate you coming and staying on top of this issue. I have a question. Are you here on behalf of Prairie Preservation Colorado offering free services to relocate these prairie dogs?
I'm here as a citizen. My question really was when I found out about the lawsuit and the TPO that was filed. I just wanted to know why it had to come to this. Even before I was even involved with them as a volunteer or an advocate, I've been standing up here begging you to consider other methods. I'm here as a citizen.
Okay. So my next question to City Manager McBroom, have we considered getting help from Prairie Preservation Colorado in order to have an alternative to gassing the prairie dogs?
At this point, we're proceeding with the restoration plan that was shared with City Council based part on the approval 2 weeks ago to contract with the USDA.
Is there an opportunity to seek other things, other options, especially if we have organizations who are willing to come out here and support this operation without it being an additional cost to the city?
Given that City Council approved a contract with the USDA, I think it would require City Council action to take some different course of action.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else, thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
This last name is a little tough to pronounce. I believe it's Fab. And the last name's YZAZA. Or Fab in the audience? I'll ask one more time. On 106th Street about oil and gas, Fab Yakaza? Think no one? All right. Now, is there anyone in the audience that didn't get the opportunity to sign up for citizen communication tonight that has something that they would like to say? Please raise your hand. All right, so I have 2 on this side and 4 on this side. I'll start with this side. Come on up.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sean Cuevo, and I'm from Villages of Buffalo Run. Usually I have something a little more prepared to say, but to be honest, I find myself increasingly frustrated and tired coming up here, talking about the same things over and over again. I've talked in regards to oil and gas. I've talked about the immediate dangers to unborn children, to our air quality, to the threats to our water quality, the earthquakes. You all know this. I've said this enough. So today I want to talk about climate change. And I don't think it's something we touch upon enough. I'm 32 years old. I'm a millennial. I'm often called a radical. I'm often called an extremist and an alarmist, someone that's just fear-mongering. Because for some reason, I believe that climate change is an immediate threat to us, immediate threat to all of our lives. And a lot of people my age don't like to engage in politics because we talk to politicians, we write to our representatives, and then nothing changes. It's really frustrating. And then we find ourselves increasingly trying to cope in a world that's becoming harder for us to live. I'm extremely privileged. You know, I think I'm doing okay. I know a lot of my peers aren't. I know a lot of people my age are struggling to meet rent, are struggling to find jobs, and they worry every day is, what's the point? The world's going to burn down in 10 years anyway. And so, I guess what I'm saying is, do something. Like an ROA, are you kidding me? To what? What does that benefit us? Like, who are you serving? Like, make the laws, because you can make the laws that say that this is what they can do. Why are you negotiating with them when you have the power to do something else? And I'm just getting so angry and frustrated because it's like we read these articles from peer-reviewed journals, from scientists saying this is a problem, and nothing happens. All we say, what's one more refinery? What's one more well? Well, you know, we can just do it here. If we can't do it here, why shouldn't we do it somewhere else? Why? Why are we doing this? I want to know that my government cares about us to say that, hey, you know, climate change is real. We should do something about it. Oil and gas is not going to go away on its own. Oil and gas is a very energy-rich resource, and it's always going to be cheap to produce. And unless we do something, it's not going to change. If we don't make the change that we need, it's not going to go away, and we're going to keep heading down this disaster of climate change. Please do something for all of us that have to live here for another 60 years, and for our children who have to live here for even beyond that. I want to know that in the future we're going to be okay.
Thank you. Last person on this side over here. Come on up.
I'm Paul Wielander. I live at 10030 Mobile Street, and I am here again to talk about a problem that the prairie dogs are causing in West Buckley Ranch, and that's our HOA park. It's a small park, and I know you guys know about this because I've written you about it. And then there's also a boulevard along 101st Way. When I moved here 18 months ago, I would say there might have been 2 or 3 prairie dog holes in the park. There's now over 40. Lines have been destroyed, so the grass is drying out. Trees have been destroyed, and the grass has been destroyed. over on the boulevard on 104th Way, same thing is happening. Lines are being cut, not by people, but by prairie dogs who are digging holes. There are so many prairie dogs there, they are now crossing the street into neighbors, and that's also almost ready to happen at that HOA park. I'm not against prairie dogs. I'm not really for prairie dogs, but I am against the destruction that's being caused by them. And something, don't you think, something needs to be done to resolve that? So I heard Erica Royer speak. If somebody wants to volunteer and move the prairie dogs, I would gladly volunteer to help out. I'll volunteer to do that. But I would like something to be done so they're no longer overrunning HOA properties and destroying them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hurst, did you have a comment? All right. All right, first person on this side over here. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Derek Seifert. I reside at 12411 East 106th Place, Commerce City, Colorado, in the Turnberry subdivision. First of all, I'd like to say, Nicole Frank, thank you for getting back to me on my email. Really appreciate your time. I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of neighbors are adamantly opposed to the ROA being signed tonight in Turnberry neighborhood. It doesn't take me to do a Facebook post to get the communication out there, but I feel like I have to because a lot of residents in Turnberry have no clue. Anytime I make a post in our Turnberry subdivision Facebook, there's always new people that are like, are you kidding me? What's happening here? Inform us, inform us. The public wants to be informed. I teach in the Brighton School District, not far from Turnberry. I'm telling you, the kids, those student athletes, those teachers that I work with, they don't want these fracking wells near the schools. They don't. I've taught some of your own kids up here, some of you council members. I've taught your kids. I've had them in class. Okay, I'm telling you, we do not want it near us. All right, there's countless facts. I've given you facts. I'm going to give you a fact here that a pediatrician who lives in our neighborhood said, I'm a pediatric RN, and I see the effects of this on the babies I take care of every day. Here's an article with great info about it. The facts are clear. High-density oil and gas areas, which is what we're about to become, are definitely linked with congenital heart defects. Countless people are stepping up. We're asking you not to sign the ROA. Okay, we take time out of our nights just as you do, sacrificing your time, your talent, and your treasure to be a council member, but you got to listen to us. 90% of those comments were against the ROA. How do you not listen to your constituents? You have to. Lived here since 2005, native Coloradoan. I'm not out of state. I've seen the changes. The Colorado that's happening now is not my Colorado. That's not what I grew up seeing. We do not want the fracking under our homes, and we do not want it near our schools, and keep it away from the kids. I have a 12-year-old and an 8-year-old. I'm here on behalf of the 750 students I encounter on a daily basis and my own 2 children and the many residents of Turnberry neighborhood. We're pleading with you. We're pleading with you. Please make the right decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next person on this side. No. Oh, Mr. Hurst.
So first of all, I do want to talk to Sean. Sean, I'm a millennial too, man. I'm 33 years old, and I did something. I worked my butt off to try to get up here on this council, and I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation with you to talk about multiple issues that you've brought up, some that I agree with, some I disagree with, and I would love to have that conversation. But one thing that everybody fails to address, in my opinion, is property rights. We all have property rights, and so do the people who own the land that want to drill and extract their resources. So we need to find a compromise, because you guys talk about fighting battles in court. The first thing that's going to happen is we're going to fight a huge battle in court as soon as we eliminate property rights from people to be able to extract their resources. So that puts us in a bad situation. I understand that. And I know this, a lot of people are going to hate me for saying it, but there has to be a compromise. That's the reason there's an ROA. You don't get to tell people what property rights they can and cannot have. That's constitutional right that we all took an oath and swore to. My property rights are as important, your property rights are as important to your next door neighbor's property rights. That's our neighbor. Our neighbor is trying to extract their resources, and that's their property right. We now have the ability as a city to make a compromise that works best for our constituents, but at the same time, we don't have the right to remove their property rights. We do not. That will go straight to federal court. We don't have to fight it at the state any longer. It goes straight to federal court, and that's going to cost way more money. So I keep getting emails telling how horrible of a person I am, and I understand your position. I would love to talk to each and every one of you individually, not ganged up on like social media happens all the time. But as you guys can see, I'm tired of being called a horrible person when not a single one of you has come to me personally and talked to me about my position on this. But yet I get email after email that I'm a horrible person trying to approve an ROA. So from my point of view, I get the millennial stuff, man. I got friends that you're describing to a T, 100% to a T. I get that. I was frustrated with politics too. I worked my butt off to get to this seat so I can make a difference. Not everything I do, everybody's going to agree upon, but I didn't get appointed by sitting back. I came to meetings. I did our civic outreach. I did the class. I've done everything outside of getting elected for this seat to try to get here by learning all of this stuff. And one thing I'm telling you that we miss in every conversation that I see is property rights. And so a compromise between the two is really the only way we're going to have to stay out of courts. Now, should we codify this stuff? Absolutely. For sure, we should codify. That's how we protect ourselves. But when we compare what Commerce City has in the ROA compared to our neighbors, Adams County, who was celebrated for their 1,000-foot setback, all but one of our sites are further out than that. And the county has a process by which if you're within the 1,000 feet, you could still get approved through a process. And that's being celebrated, yet you guys are coming up here and telling us that we're horrible people trying to kill children. I have 2- and 4-year-old daughters. I sit through hours and read through hours of this stuff. I'm not going to make a bad decision for my 2- and 4-year-old girls. Like, that's not going to happen. So to sit here, obviously I got worked up a little bit, but you got to understand there's more to this than what you guys come up here and talk about. Do I read the same, things from doctors? Absolutely. But I can tell you, working for the state, I can get a counter argument from HPTE from the same exact article. From people who work for the state. They fight amongst each other. And so that's where it becomes tough. There's clear science out there, and then immediately there's science that defunks it. So for anybody to come up here and say that we're not working hard to try to make the right decision, that we're not taking into consideration the 398 comments that quite honestly look like copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, because they all said the same thing. What about when 112 didn't pass and Commerce City had the greatest vote against it out of everybody in the county? That was just a year before, and we actually voted on that. But then they go down to the legislator and they don't vote on it with the people. They do it just in-house during a snowstorm. So tell me how that is better representing the people when the vote clearly said 60-40 that Commerce City didn't want these setbacks. So to me, that was 2 years ago. And then 1 year ago, we have 181. That doesn't seem like a long enough time to have recycle all new people into Commerce City on both sides. So to continue to call us out that we don't care about the ROA, we don't care about our citizens, I'm not buying that, period. I don't think you guys understand the amount of work that we put into the reading, at least myself, I spend 4 to 5 hours each weekend night on Commerce City Council reading to make sure that I'm trying to provide the best service possible, because I know you guys didn't vote for me. I was appointed. So while I'm up here, I'm going to make sure I'm doing my job appropriately. But to continuously call us out without understanding the amount of research that we put into it ourselves, understanding the work that's been put into it from the city side, and then just understanding that all of our neighboring communities around us understand the property right issue that we are faced with. As the Councilman Ben Huseman said, if we really, really wanted to have the ability to stop this, then the entire Democratic governor and legislator that we now have could have done that with 181, and they failed to do so. So putting it back on us, all we have the ability to do is manage where it's at, not shut it down. We don't have that right. And so managing where it's at isn't going to make everybody happy. I don't want it next to schools. No, that sounds ridiculous. But having an appropriate setback where dissipation rates are studied like they are being right now in Broomfield makes a lot of sense. And so, honestly, we need to come together as a community and find a compromise that is going to work for everybody. Because right now, fighting amongst each other, threatening lawsuits on both sides, what is that doing for us except creating this animosity in our neighborhood, animosity in the campaigns? It's just not worth it. It really is not worth it. We're not going to get the end result that anybody wants. You know, if we all of a sudden decide to ban it, great. We're in federal court now. All of a sudden we decide to approve it, great. Now we're being sued by our citizens. There's not a good situation here. The best thing we can do is compromise for something that works for everybody. So I'm just going to tell you that I hear you, Sean. I hear everybody coming up here. But don't think it's coming on deaf ears and I'm just ignoring you. There's a whole lot more that goes into this than what you see us not being able to respond from the dais. I never speak, but this is the reason I'm speaking tonight, is because I've about had it with people suggesting that we put no effort into this, or that we don't care about children, or we don't care. That's a crock. I mean, I got 2- and 4-year-old daughters that I love. My wife, obviously, I love. I'm not putting them in danger if I really felt that there was an issue. And I know the first thing that someone's going to say, well, you live in Buckley Ranch. Yeah, we didn't sell our property. We didn't sell our mineral rights. That's not my fault. I wasn't on council when these decisions were made. So that has no effect on that. And in all reality, just know that we will put in the effort, we will put in the time, and we will take all considerations into account before we make any decisions. And again, I'm not speaking for anybody else on the council. And quite honestly, if this ruins my campaign in November, so be it. I'm just tired of being accused of something that's not the facts.
All right. Back to. Order. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm gonna let you all have a chance to communicate offline with Mr. Hurst. We're in our citizen communication portion of the meeting, and I need to stay on track. This council has a lot of business to take care of tonight. I have 3 more people on this side of the road. Mr. Cerna, come on up.
Guillermo Cerna, 14122 East 102nd Place. Working for the people is not easy, people. I know you're on a lot of pressure. We didn't appoint you here. We didn't ask you to be here. You volunteered to do the right thing for Commerce City. That's all that people are asking. But we've come to this. My opinion, you asked for it. You say, come, give us your opinion so we can make a good decision. Not to be hollered back at. But with due respect, every time I come back up here, we try to do that. You're going to do whatever you're going to do, but you're going to face the consequence. We've come to the point where we've mentioned racism. It's not easy. We've come to the thing where we distract people from the real issue, prairie dogs. That's going to keep going until there's no prairie dogs anytime. Yes, there's plague there. There was a mouse out here at the arsenal at one time that we had to protect. The mayor knows it. Mr. Teeter knows it. But eventually, they built a stadium right on top of it. It was all right along Quebec. Did anybody care then? If the new people that are coming in, okay, say that, and the oil company gets up here and says, it's the new people. Come on. It's not. Look at what we're doing. The oil is not going to go away from those rocks. It's going to be there for millions of years. It's not going to hurt to wait a couple of more years or whatever it might be, just for new rules and new regulations so we're not at the same spot again. Administration, this building, I see a lot of new people, not necessarily getting fired or asked to retire or whatever. They're moving away, okay? Why? I didn't appoint or voted for your position as Ward 1 or at large or mayor to ask administration or an administrator to take full responsibility. He's got to face the people too. Each one of you has a reason for voting. The only one I've heard tonight, okay, is because he's receiving the pressure. And he's a new person up there. And he's getting, okay, pressure. Do the right thing. All it is just time. Eventually, it's going to get done, but let's do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Two more people on the right. Come on up.
Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, staff. Good evening, rather. Pardon me. My name's Ryan Seastrom. I'm with the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, and if you were to guess I was to speak on oil and gas, you are correct. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to all of our voices this evening and at every council meeting. As the city works to move forward to update its oil and gas regulations, COGA and our members stand ready to work with the city to create regulations that continue to protect the public health, safety, welfare, and the environment of Commerce City and its residents, but also regulations that are necessary and reasonable. We appreciate the opportunity to be involved in your stakeholder process, along with many other stakeholders. And should you have any questions, large or small, technical or not, please consider COGA and our members as a resource. We have people who go to work every day who specialize in the different aspects that the city may look to regulate, and we're more than happy to work with you and with staff and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you again for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Last one from the right side of the room here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
Good evening.
I'm pleased to be here this evening to encourage you to sign the ROA.
Could I please get you to state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Russell Watterson. I have a home at 11259 Kalispell Street, Commerce City, in the Villages at Buffalo Run. I compliment you for taking the obvious abuse that you have taken. And I appreciate the effort that has gone into your consideration of this regional operating agreement. There's been a lot of emotion with regard to this issue, and you have taken the brunt of that emotion. If anyone has questions about, and I know you have all studied this, but if anyone here has questions about the safety of oil and gas, I encourage you to go to the Colorado Division of Health and Safety, and you'll get plenty of information about that, which is positive in behalf of the oil and gas industry. Today, I happened to drive by the Riverdale Heights High School and saw there an oil and gas well operating 200 feet from the boundary of the school. I also saw another one right about 500 feet from the new junior high school that is being constructed right now. And I also have 6 grandchildren who grew up, and are still growing up within 400 feet of an operating oil and gas well. And I have to tell you, they're all very healthy. They're all good students. And I'm just happy that things have gone as well for them as they have. And I don't see any ill effects on them. So again, thank you for your consideration and for your efforts in behalf of this agreement.
Thank you. That ends our citizen communication. Conference? No, I'm not going to allow for any more back and forth debate. The citizen communication is not a debate. You can have your say, but I'm not going to allow. If I did that, we would be here doing stuff we shouldn't be doing. So citizen communication is ended. We're going to get into the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They're presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 6 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off of the consent agenda? Anyone? Madera, you have one to take off? Or is that for a motion?
I was going to make a motion.
All right, hold on a second. I don't see anyone wanting to remove an item off of the consent agenda. So, Mr. Madera, why don't you go ahead with your motion?
Move to approve the consent agenda by council as seated.
Thank you. Mr. Huseman.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the attorney please read the titles of the consent agenda?
Minutes of August 19, 2019, Ordinance 2234, an ordinance amending the 2019 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating portions of the unencumbered fund balances of the General Fund and Fleet Fund, transferring to designated funds portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the General Fund, and reaffirming certain prior appropriations for a total amount of $8,364,075.58 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2019-100, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Resolution 2019-101, resolution authorizing partial termination of temporary easement. Resolution 2019-102, resolution approving grant of revocable license to South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. Resolution 2019-103, resolution amending council policies 2, 9, 16, 20, and 22.
Thank you. Titles have been read. I have a motion and a second. I'll call for a roll call vote. For the record, the consent agenda is approved unanimously this evening. 8 in favor, 1 excused absence. Moves us into the public hearing portion of our meeting, which is annexations and zoning for Third Creek West. The public hearing on annexation and zoning. Tonight's first public hearing is a continuation of the consolidated public hearing for Third Creek West annexation and zoning, resolutions 2019-71 and 2019-72, annexation ordinances 253-19 and 254-19, and zoning ordinance Z 946-17-19. These public hearings were continued from August 19th. I remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express your opinions or indicate how you will vote. I'm going to go ahead and reopen that public hearing and invite the attorney to provide a status update.
Thank you, Mayor Ford and members of the City Council. I wanted to take the opportunity with the continuation to provide an update on the overall development process and the approvals before you. First, I wanted to note and enter into the record in the case file an updated annexation petition signature for Forever 7 LLC, one of the property owners in AN 254. Just as a bit of background, so everyone on council and in the audience is familiar, the pending cases for the Third Creek West annexation involve two annexation cases, a PUD zoning, which is the purpose, those two are the purpose of this hearing, as well as related cases for a consolidated service plan for 3 metropolitan districts and inclusion into the ERA and ECA general improvement districts that will be pending before those separate boards at a future time. Tonight's agenda only includes the continued public hearings on annexation and zoning. And specifically with regard to annexation, we'll get into the concept of eligibility and what City Council can actually act on tonight. So tonight we can discuss at the conclusion of the public hearing, Council can make a decision if it chooses on eligibility, but not annexation itself, and then provide staff additional direction on the annexation agreement. There is an item for the Metro District hearing, which we'll discuss after the closure of this hearing. A bit as a background legally on the annexation process. Per the Colorado Revised Statutes, the Municipal Annexation Act has a ordered process for annexations. The first formal action of City Council is to find that the petition substantially meets legal requirements. Council did that in July. 30 to 60 days later, Council has to conduct a hearing on the eligibility for annexation and whether it's eligible under the laws of the state and the state constitution. That's what we're in the middle of currently. Once that hearing concludes, the first action Council can take is to pass a resolution determining the eligibility of the property for annexation. That doesn't annex the property, it just says the Council can annex it. And if it's eligible, Council annexes by ordinance. But pursuant to the Land Development Code, Commerce City requires an annexation agreement prior to taking action on that annexation by ordinance. And so that's where we are because an annexation agreement hasn't been concluded in this matter. The annexation ordinance being approved on first reading is essential to the other proceedings, including the zoning, the Metro District Service Plan, and the inclusions in the GID. And so the annexation agreement will be the linchpin for proceeding in this matter at this time. So when we're concluding the hearing here, Council can take action on annexation eligibility. There's a resolution for each annexation case in the packet tonight that essentially determines, based on the factors under Colorado law, that the properties are eligible for annexation, if that's Council's determination, but indicating the city's code requirement. And so Council could conclude the hearing or continue it, or conclude the hearing and then act on the resolution on eligibility. At that point, the City Council would need to provide direction to staff on the annexation agreement as proposed by the applicant. As we've discussed previously, there are a number of terms in the annexation agreement, but funding for certain regional improvements is the linchpin of the current discussions. And so staff would need the City Council to either direct staff to accept those terms essentially, or to negotiate towards an agreement that includes the terms as proposed. Or offer alternative terms, which Council could do in an executive session, and then we go back and seek to reach agreement on that. Or Council could reject the proposal or formally direct staff not to negotiate. So that the matter could be moved forward or concluded. As we'll see, and I believe the applicant has additional information to offer this evening, the proposal given on August 16th has been modified. And so with respect to the other cases, the annexation ordinances, the zoning ordinances, or the zoning ordinance, excuse me, and then the other matters, those could be continued without date, meaning they get continued and then we bring it back when the annexation agreement is done. Or we can continue to a different specific date. I believe the applicant would prefer the soonest possible date. And if we could conclude an annexation agreement, that could potentially be by October 7 or 21, council's next meetings. And so just to revisit from the last meeting, the applicant, with regard to the annexation agreement, proposed that those regional improvements, which cost around $15 million, which are part of a much larger funding issue for the construction of this area, which is east of E470 at 104th Avenue, first would involve $7 million that would be funded by the E470 commercial area general improvement district through a bond issuance. And then the other $6.8 million would be funded through an advance from the developer with a reimbursement from the E470 residential area general improvement district by bonds issued with interest payable. But that interest rate, the applicant advised us late last week, they would be willing to modify to 4% interest. And I believe they have other items to share. And so just to remind council, you could give direction following the hearing, but I would recommend not using this hearing to negotiate with the developer. Or it could be continued depending on the direction council has. And that direction will determine what next steps and timing. So I don't have anything further. I'm happy to answer any questions on those processes. And Robin Kearns, the planner on the case, is here to answer any questions on those issues.
Does anybody on council have any questions for our attorney concerning the comments that the update he just gave? Mr. Huseman?
I have a semi-related question for the city attorney. Do we need to determine my eligibility to hear this case?
Thank you, Mr. Huseman. If I may ask, I apologize. I had spoken to you before, and I just want to confirm you were absent on the night of the initiation of this public hearing, but I wanted to confirm that you had reviewed the video and the materials from that meeting, correct?
Yes, I reviewed the materials while the meeting was taking place and watched them while sitting in a hotel room.
Thank you.
I have an exciting life.
Anyone else? No one else? I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward to offer any additional information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. David Foster, 360 South Garfield, Suite 600, Denver, 80209. Thank you for having us back tonight in this continued hearing. I wanted to accomplish a couple of things. First is that I wanted to make sure that, and I certainly recognize and appreciate your city attorney's direction on negotiating in a public setting, and I'm not advising, I certainly wouldn't advise you contrary to your own city attorney, but we haven't had an opportunity for a robust dialogue about some of the issues that we raised. We made a presentation last time, about an hour, hour and a half. We've been in this process for about a year and a half. And I just wanted to express that having a dialogue isn't necessarily a negotiation, but it's helpful to hear back from you in this public setting the concerns that you may be having with the issues that we're presenting. Unfortunately, last time we had made a presentation and I was already back home in bed, and you were going into an executive session to have some of the very conversation that, frankly, could have been held 4 hours earlier. And I would just ask that if you have questions of us, our entire team is here, and we'd love to be able to answer any questions that you may still have. Hopefully, at this point, you've received this letter. Is that right, Brian? Has it been?
It is for you to introduce into the record right now.
Well, I didn't bring copies, so I am introducing this letter into the record. Now I do not have it in front of me, so I will do my best to share with you. I had sent this letter to the city manager on Friday. and identifying that there were a couple of additional issues that we wanted to present as part of our proposal that I'll discuss in just a little bit. I want to, what do I push? Okay. I wanted to I'm certainly not going to belabor this, and I'm not going to make another hour-long presentation. I wanted to remind all of us that in many respects, we, the Cowley Properties Ownership Group, are very similarly situated to the city. And what I mean by that is if we had come to you to simply ask for assistance in approving some regional financing tools for a residential project, you should throw us out of here, because that would be inappropriate and that would be inconsistent, frankly, with what we're trying to accomplish. As we've identified, the Cowley Companies owns a bunch of property, nearly 3,000 acres, that is east of E470. And the properties that we specifically are thinking about right now are the Third Creek West, Third Creek, and Nob Hill sites. Over a third of that property can't be developed for residential use. We need to find non-residential uses to fill this great property that is going to be of value to this community. I think we're in sync with the community as we talk about non-residential uses east of E470. We are in the same boat. Our project will not succeed without non-residential uses. And we've used the term commercial before. I think commercial is too narrow of a term to consider when talking about the types of uses, because these span beyond your typical retail or restaurant. It could be a hotel, it can be a convention center hotel, it could be a huge employment center, which I consider non-residential uses. So we're aligned in trying to figure out solutions for east of E470. Second, and likely most important to any of that, you control our future because we're only annexing 15% of our property into the city through this process. So if we fail to meet your expectations, we're not coming forward because you're going to say no on the future annexation of this property. You hold all of those cards as it relates to annexation. And while we considered annexing the entire parcel initially, doing it this way, I think, keeps everybody on the same field, making sure that we're heading in the right direction. I'm not going to use another sports analogy tonight. But I think that we're aligned that way. This was the history that we have identified from 2007 to today with all of the work that we as Cowley Companies have done in pursuit of projects and development on the site. And this was just a closer snapshot of the Third Creek West, which is in the top left of our property ownership, which comprises 234 acres. And the balance of the Third Creek and Nob Hill site, you can see, is nearly 1,400 acres. We have to succeed in order to achieve future annexation. And we have to succeed by finding non-residential uses on the east side of E470. It's not more complicated for us than that. And I wanted to express that. Before we identify a couple of the terms that we wanted to propose, I wanted to turn this over to Susan Stanton, who's with our team with the Stanton Solutions, so that she could better describe in the efforts that we're going to undertake on a comprehensive marketing program for this site. So I'm going to turn it over to Susan, and then I'll be back up for a couple of closing comments.
Thank you, David. Robin's passing out some materials for both the record and our conversation here today. Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. First off, thank you for your service. You obviously, by the hard conversations that you have every week, we very much appreciate the time and effort that you've put into this conversation. My name is Susan Stanton. I live at 2373 Central Park Boulevard in Denver. And I'm really here to address, at the last hearing, there were a number of questions related to the non-residential component of this project. And so we prepared some materials to give you some more detail on our thinking. I don't think I have to tell you that Commerce City is incredibly well poised to leverage on the $5 billion construction of the airport, the $1 billion construction of E-470, the $1 billion expansion of the airport. You know that. You're here, you're residents, you're enjoying the benefits of the proximity. But tonight, I think we're having an important conversation about really getting in the game, and getting in the game in the competition with Aurora, getting in the game in the competition with Denver, with Brighton, and really putting ourselves in a position to compete toe-to-toe for new investments. We want to be standing alongside you and this great community that we've all been a part of for decades in one way or another. And we want to be able to say goodbye to the days of watching deals go to Aurora like the Karcher U.S. headquarters did, the Panasonic Now U.S. headquarters went to Denver. We want to say goodbye to those days and hello to the days where Commerce City is actively in these mix. And it's hard for us because the site is a good enough site from the market perspective that we get a lot of looks. And so we actually see the deals that are coming through the market, and we see them slip through our hands as we don't have infrastructure. And I know you've had a lot of conversations about shovel-ready sites. It's been brought up at the Adams County Site Selection Conference. And shovel-ready sites becomes a common theme. And I started realizing we actually have an analogy that we don't talk a lot about. The little parcel, I think you can see it on this map, called Second Creek. Second Creek is located on Tower Road, just south of Nexus, just north of the Pena on-ramp. And I was reading, October of last year, most of you celebrated the opening of the very important on-ramp onto Pena Boulevard. To get back up a little bit, 4 years ago, we took Second Creek to market. We took it to ICSC, we went to the brokers, we went to the retailers. We said, we have this great parcel of land, and we'd had no takers. The on-ramp went into place. We started again marketing Second Creek, marketing it to hotels, to restaurants, to pad users. And right now, as we speak, we're in negotiations for a PSA for a buyer for Second Creek. And so that critical piece of shovel-ready infrastructure, which was the Pena on-ramp, was the element that finally helped Second Creek go. And now we're talking about how do we get Third Creek into the game? So I shared with you some materials, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time walking through the details of these pieces, but these are really two documents. One is a document that shows you, even while we've been in the process with staff, since January, we have been actively marketing to non-residential users, both Second Creek and Third Creek. And you can see the details of those plans here. You can also see the launch of the press and media campaign with a recent coverage in BizNow. What we need to do is now be able to look straight-faced into the end users, the brokers, and the site selectors' eyes, and we need to be able to tell them the date we're going to be able to deliver them a shovel-ready site. That is the next step for Third Creek to be able to come to market. To share with you some details right now, we introduced Third Creek at ICSC, actually, with your economic development staff. We had meetings, as you can see on the list, with some of the top brokers who represented, and I think this is important, they represented regional retail users, not neighborhood retail users, because this is a site, it's still green today to be able to land some of those deals, but it is a site that's midpoint between regional activity up in Brighton, regional activity down in Aurora, and it has the interchange capability to be that regional location. What we learned from that was that there's a lot of interest in Third Creek coming into play someday, and they're not promising a grocery store today, but there were conversations about Piccadilly and 104th being a great next grocery location for this area. To give you a sense on where we're headed with the marketing, you saw we've just launched the new website, marketing materials, You've seen that we're hoping to be able to tell a story that our infrastructure is coming soon. Our plan would be to really broadcast Third Creek out into the market. And so when you look at this plan, what we're focusing on is bringing in brokers on the project that represent the exact type of users that we want and we've heard the community wants. So a hospitality broker, a retail entertainment broker, office and R&D brokers, so that we have the best boots on the ground marketing the site. But that's not enough. Brokers do part of the job, and part of the job is on us. And so we would continue to do speaking engagements. We would continue to do event sponsorships. We would continue to really shout from the tops of the roof, both about Commerce City and the Third Creek opportunity. And then we have one other idea, and we've heard some feedback about this effort, and the support for this effort can't just be for one developer. And so the Denver South Partnership, just in the last year, they actually hosted their own site conference. And some of you went to the Adams County site conference, but that was about all of Adams County. What Denver South did is they actually brought in one of the top national and international site selectors, and they had them there for 2 days. They had all of their property owners, all of their stakeholders, and they got feedback from that site selector specific to the DTC corridor about how it could be positioned and how it can do deals. We intend to reach out to our neighbors, Shea, West Side, Oakwood, Prime Sites, and have a conversation about co-hosting that kind of activity for the Commerce City E470 corridor and bringing that kind of strategy and activity back for these conversations. Your interchanges, and I think this is often missed, you have very important interchanges on the E470 corridor. All of them are of regional substance when you think about it long term. That's why we are firm believers that 104th and E470 is a great place for Commerce City to have businesses soar. And when we talk about the 30% mix that has to be commercial, we have always been marketing to commercial users because we have always known that for the success of this area, that's important. And it's also important for the job-housing balance that we bring jobs out into this northern range and that we're an effective partner with the city. So I'm happy to answer questions in detail to the marketing plans or any other items you'd like to address.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Susan, for the presentation. You know, I'm on board with this, but I'm only on board with it if it's done right, obviously. It's in my ward. I'm tired of driving down 104th and turning right or left on E470. I'd like to go straight someday. And I know that there's been a lot of hard work put into this by a lot of people, but I also know that there's been some negotiations, and there's probably going to be some people on my board that want more negotiations. My question is, last time we spoke, there were residents in here that were concerned that live out in that area. What kind of communications or what kind of input have they had, and have there been any public meetings with those affected residents in that area?
Sure. We did 2 forms of outreach. So we held a neighborhood meeting with the county residents, which are predominantly, inside the hand of the Third Creek project. We had strong participation. I think we probably had representation from every resident there. I recognize some of our friends here today. They expressed some of the same concerns that you have, and that you had heard in the last hearing. We actually talked with a number of them after Planning Commission. And I can tell you from that neighborhood's perspective, most of the concern is they want to stay rural, and they want us to have the least impact on them possible. And so, we've actually been doing research. One of the women is concerned that they would be forced to annex in if this project happened, and they had heard lore that someone, actually they said a family member was forced to annex into South Adams Water and Sand District, and they said, when you come in and bring infrastructure, are we going to be forced? We actually did research on that. We've been communicating back and forth with that resident, sharing with her what we're finding in code and what the issues are. The residents also had a concern about maintaining the rural nature of the roads around them. And so what you'll see if you got into the details of our PUD is that we aren't building the roads there. We're dedicating the right-of-way that's required to, but until they choose to come into the Commerce City or they sell to someone, there will just be funds that we've provided, and the road can stay to that nature. Before the Planning Commission hearing, we actually hand-delivered letters at each door to every resident in the county that went accompanying with the notice, and we shared with them the points of what we've done in the plan. And I think the fact that we haven't seen, the 40 or 45 faces that we saw at the first meeting, we're not getting calls of concern other than the issues that were raised at the last meeting.
Have you reached out to them other than just door hangers? Have you had any other meetings since then?
We've reached out and been communicating regularly with the residents who've asked for that. Ms. Werner is one of them. I left her a message this last week, and she and I have had several communications.
And then one other question, if I may, Mayor. The 30% mix on the non-residential, have you negotiated with anybody? Have you reached out to anybody? You don't have to name names in particular that have shown interest in that. I mean, I know that's a big deal for a lot of people.
Oh, for sure. We have had partnerships on holdings in Commerce City actually for the last 7 years. We actually had a JV partner on the Nob Hill property and entered into a competition where we were one of the 3 finalists on a 500,000 square foot headquarter distribution e-commerce center. And really the issue for that came down again to infrastructure. We had a prospective development partner at the Rotary Golf Tournament, last month. And so the market interest is there for portions of that commercial component.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Stanton, thank you for this information. This is information that I wish that I'd have had maybe 4, 5, 6 months ago on the research that you guys have done, the plans and everything. I have a couple questions. I don't want to be insulting with this first question, but I want to explain a situation. I was driving down Sable Boulevard right across the street from the Adams County Government Center, and I was looking at a sign that said Adams Crossing coming soon, retail, hotel, dining, everything that we're always promised. And that project has been on hold ever since about the day they put the sign up. Haven't seen any activity other than installing a silt fence. The sign is so decrepit that it's about to fall over right now, which I don't think is great advertising for anybody who's considering building there. So we seem to have a problem in this area where a project is promised but just never delivered. So my first question is, how is the Crowley Company different than every other developer out there that says this is what we're going to install versus what we actually end up seeing, which is dirt, weeds, silt fences, and decaying signs that are falling over?
I know the sign well. I think there's a train going out to the Justice Center, right, or to the county building. You bet it. And honestly, it's been one of the challenges of this team, because I think I've worked on the public sector side. We all know that we're going to be in front of Commerce City for many, many years with the amount of acreage that Cali has, and so we're very careful about our promises. And what we can promise is actually continuing and increasing what we have been doing, which is actually working the deals and hitting the ground and doing the hard work to get the project in front of the market. Adams Crossing is a great example of showing how hard it is to get the markets to shift patterns. And so without aggressive marketing, you can see how this has happened. But you can also see that Porteas, which is a far less superior location in Aurora, it's a good 2 miles from E470, they landed the Karcher headquarters because they've been working, they had the infrastructure in place from their parking lot. And so they've been out working the deals. And so we can promise we won't be out hustled. We can't promise that the market will deliver, everything, immediately or everything that the hearts desire. but we can promise that we would work very aggressively with the city to target the right guys, work and make sure that we're in front of every deal that's in the market.
Sure. You know, I get frustrated. I drive down Tower Road, and I see all the work that is going on along Tower Road. You know, 2 years ago, before the Gaylord of the Rockies opened up, one of my biggest concerns is once that opens, everybody's going to be clamoring to develop right next to it, knowing that that is such a draw for conventions and everything else. And my fears in that seem to be taking place as I look next to the gas station. Silt fences are up, ground is being cleared both sides of the road. So I definitely see value in us being ready to go. I see value in us having that shovel-ready property that is able to, for you guys to market, to be able to get the stuff in. And I appreciate the work that is going into trying to make that a reality. But whenever we look at the funding agreement and you tell me and you show me the commercial side of it, and the commercial side is phenomenal and it looks great and the pictures are snazzy, and I think, wow, this is truly what we've really wanted in Commerce City. But then I look at the funding agreement and I see that it's kind of structured more to benefit the residential development than it is the commercial development. And, you know, for the last year and some change, my biggest concern over this entire project has been the residential going first and the commercial never happening. And I look all around the city. I drive up and down 104th Avenue. I drive up Chambers. I drive down 120th. I drive here in the core city, you know, the where we sit today, never developed. And I just get concerned that by the funding agreement providing for the EC or the ERGID to fund that $7 million, and then the EC GID being a loan. Do I have those reversed? Okay. I think I have those reversed. Okay, thank you. I have them reversed. So the loan is basically for the residential side, and the commercial side gets the money from the GID. So that's money that you're not having to outlay into the project. And so I question, where's the incentive to truly make this the reality if it's not your money? It's the future money. It's the bonds that are sitting out there that are waiting to be taken out. It's the back of everybody that is going to come in at a later date that has to do that. So where's the incentive to make this the reality and make sure that whenever I drive down 104th Avenue to get on E470 or Tower Road, where's the incentive to make sure the snazzy picture is what I see?
Well, I'll tell you where the stick is. You know, 1,400 additional acres that would be in your annexation area. And if we're not the kind of people that are delivering on our promise, if you can't see that what we've said we're going to do, we've done, then you would absolutely be right to call us on that. And so what you really have is the rest of the holdings and the ability to choose to annex or not annex that. Going back to the commercial versus residential DID, and Brooke is here with D.A. Davidson, and she's way better with numbers than I am. But what we really thought we heard from some of the conversations that we've had with staff was that there was concern about the bonding on the residential piece. And so when we looked at the numbers and the fact that the Nexus project, which is in the commercial GID, is already generating AB, that commercial district would be able to carry on the AB, and then we thought the city would prefer to see the risk on Cowley for the residential piece. And so while it doesn't sort of feels like a backward way to get to the commercial, it was less risk for the residential to be able to leverage that existing AB that was already in the commercial district and available.
Okay, thank you. My last question concern, and I got to get clarification from the city attorney on whether or not I can discuss what's in the letter.
I think that's my cue.
Sure, you feel free to ask questions of the applicant, sure.
Okay, so I see that you have paragraph 2, creating more transparency on metro districts. I think you guys are after my heart here. Can you explain how your transparency is actually going to benefit anybody that's going out there? I think that we have an opportunity where E470 is the line in the sand, and we truly have an opportunity where we can move forward and we can start trying to have development that doesn't pin debt on future homeowners in the manner that the Metro District model does. And so I'm questioning, has anybody looked at the ability to get this project done without a Metro District?
Councilman David Foster again. Yes, we have. And at this point, this is the only structure that we have been able to figure out in order to finance and build this regional infrastructure. And frankly, you created these regional, so I want to kind of divide this a little bit because I think it's only fair. You have regional GIDs, which are the residential and the commercial GID. And just kind of going back to a question that you had asked Susan, today there is enough assessed value in order to pay for that infrastructure. But what we didn't do is we didn't put all of the infrastructure on the commercial. We put some of it on the residential because we're going to have to make sure it works. I mean, so that, I think we've answered your question about whether or not we've put skin in the game because, frankly, we had made a proposal to your staff where that regional infrastructure could be bonded against the commercial and not the residential. And so that's where we've divided the two, and that's where our loan is on the residential. So I just wanted to answer that quick question for you. As it relates to the Metro District, I don't think we're there in this, not only in this marketplace, but in this region, to develop without Metro Districts. And that may be a reality that you are not happy with, and I am not going to convince you to be happy about that reality, but I think it is a reality right now. And what, and I realize that you think it's sad that you watch land use hearings in hotels. I lead a pretty sad world too because I'm watching your hearings and I'm not even on your council, and I'm watching how issues have come up over the last few years around Metro Districts. And frankly, I was around as we were developing many of those Metro Districts along 104th. I was here then, I'm still here now, and fortunately it's because most of my clients have done exactly what they said they were going to do, and I think that's good news. But the Metro Districts are still here. And what we've done in this proposal, and it is new to the city, is we are creating a mechanism where the city reviews and comments on any refinancing or structuring or restructuring of any debt, similar to the questions that you were just asking the attorney at the beginning of tonight's hearing. But that would be a requirement where any time a Metro District, this Metro District that we're proposing that would be part of our annexation agreement, we would have that obligation to submit that to the city for review and comment. We can't just meet and make those decisions because our service plan says we can. That would be baked into the service plan. And so we've worked with our Metro District Council. This is a model that is being tested a little bit in Castle Rock, some of this language. So we don't feel like we're reinventing the wheel, but sometimes the best ideas are ideas that other people have already started. And so we are endeavoring, and this is the language that we would propose to include in the annexation agreement that ends up in our Metro District Service Plan. And we'd have to live by that. And then the first point, and again, we made this whole fancy thing, I just wanted to be able to do this, where we are limiting the interest rate on that loan from 8 down to 4%. On a $7 million loan, every 1% is worth $70,000 a year. So what this is a reflection of is $280,000 each year that debt is being carried before it's refinanced. That's a big deal. That's debt that is not going to be on the backs of residents. That's $280,000, if I can be perfectly candid with you, that is out of my client's pocket. And so we think that's fair. We think that is, we want to get this deal done if you haven't figured this out. We are excited to do this. We want to get this deal done, and we want to get moving on. So that was that proposal, and then we had it creating more district transparency. So I hope I know I didn't answer the question you wanted me to, the way you wanted me to, but I'm answering it the way that's honest. And this is the honest way in which we are proposing to move forward.
And I do appreciate that, and thank you for your answers. I do have a question for DA Davidson.
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Brooke Hutchins,
Great.
DA Davidson, 1550 Market Street, Denver, Colorado, 80205.
Thank you. When you were doing the pro forma up for this and determining what the bonding capacity was, fully built out, what do you anticipate the property value to be on the non-residential piece?
Just 1 second. At build out about $32 million in assessed value.
And assessed value, is that after or before or after the 29%?
I'm sorry.
Is that before or after the 29%?
After.
After, so $32 million. And so if we were to multiply that by mills for the city at 3.2,
Just give me a second. Let me get my calculator. $100,000, $102,000. I'm getting with my back of the envelope math here.
okay. And then also the school districts and the fire district and all the special districts would be taking advantage of the fact that you have a $32 million valuation out there. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the math.
Mr. Hurst.
I will go ahead and pull my question because my question was very similar to the funding mechanism between the residential and the commercial.
I have a few things that I want to ask Mr. Foster about. You know, there was a point in time in this community where the residents in the southern portion of the city wanted to expand development to the north, and we created the Northern GID for that to happen. Benjamin or Mr. Huseman brings up the fact that Adams Crossing and some of the things that aren't happening there. You know, it's gotten more difficult to finance things and how infrastructure works because at the time that we allowed growth to take place, the residents said growth has to, you know, be paying its own way. Therefore, the GID was created and paid the debt to be paid back down. And again, similar to infrastructure needs that your development has, that we have to find ways to make that happen. And I guess kind of where I'm going to is on the residential side, the city loses money on every house built. We know that. I know some of my colleagues up here are concerned about how many more houses do we need to have before we can start creating and driving some of the jobs and the manufacturing and those things that actually will put money back into the coffers to help offset needs for infrastructure and things of that manner. We also have created an abundant amount of fees, and so have other cities, and there's a means of which we have to be able to compete. And trying to get to a place in the short term, I think there are all kinds of pieces that we have tried, and some of them have been successful, like some of your metro districts, some of the other developers' metro districts. I know recently there's been some concerns about pieces of development that would be tax exempt, that would negatively affect the rest of that development. You heard tonight about setbacks not from residents to oil and gas, but from future residents to oil and gas. That would create these big areas, and what wasn't talked about is that could also be construed as a taking from the property owners that own that property for development. But the truck stop and the Adams Crossing, one of our competitive cities, they have I talked to the attorney that represents the truck stop, and they said, we want to develop this, but Brighton wants us to cover the infrastructure costs. And the infrastructure costs for both sides of the road, including the Adams Crossing portion, is extremely expensive. And if we have to do all of the road, we're not going to hang our money out there and wait until Adams Crossing develops to get our money back. So therefore, both sides of the road get land banked because there's not a good financing mechanism to make development happen. And so as much as I don't think any one of us want to create a scenario where we have a bad metro district, to where we create a debt that is more on residents. I bring this up because I think all of those things that we have been criticized for utilizing to create new development north of our original city, and I think pretty nice development. Everybody could probably find a flaw with one piece of it or another if you were to look hard enough. But given the competitive nature of the surrounding region and what has to take place, I want to make sure that we're not just focusing on residential, that we're not just focusing on metro districts that may hamstring residents in the future. And I know I'm speaking to some of my colleagues' concerns. How do we create a development that's going to, in return, be good for your client, but be just as good for the residents that live in this community? And we have to utilize the financing mechanisms that are available to us that other communities in the region are also using, or we create a disadvantage. And so I guess to get to my question is a balance of that residential and that light industrial and that commercial components that our residents are desiring, and how we get to that through your plan, so that I think the risk, and I hear it from our residents, is it just going to be more houses and then more houses and then more houses? And I was told 20 years ago, we have to build more houses to be able to encourage and create an opportunity for sit-down restaurants and retail. I could tell you there is a sea of houses to the north, and we still struggle with trying to get some retail and some restaurants and things of that nature. So we're to a point now where I think we want to be respectful to your client. We want to continue to grow our community, but we want to also take into account some of the lessons along the way, from going from 15,000 in population to now near 60,000 in population. And what I have learned, and you heard it tonight, we've created a whole lot more opinions about what is right and what is wrong. At the end of the day, we all have tried to do our best to create an environment where your client will be able to flourish. And we want that to happen. And so speaking to our residents and to you and to your client, we just want a win-win, good scenario that doesn't tax our residents on the front end, and that the users within that area can help pay down that debt for that infrastructure in the long term and still make your products affordable. And I think that's where we're trying to get to, and I know there's some opportunity with this deal. So back to my question, what do you see happening first, and in what magnitude to drive that need for the office flex commercial opportunities, so that our residents have some idea of timing of what comes first, the chicken or the egg,
Right.
and how far is the chicken after the egg?
Right. Well, that could have been the longest question.
I know it
that
is,
I've
and
ever
I
heard.
but
And
you're the
you're the
right
mayor,
person
and
to
so you
answer.
could ask however
You're the
long a
right
question you
person to
want.
answer.
Well, let me start by saying this, that it is true that many of the retail brokers will not look at certain areas unless you can draw a concentric circle, a half mile and a 1 mile and a 2 mile, and you show how many people and what the income is, and does that get you this or that or the other. That is 100% true. And it is hard to land one of those restaurants or markets at this site. Having said that, I do think that this site, and when I talk about this site, I'm thinking about it as it relates to the entirety of the east side of E470. And by the way, that means properties that aren't simply owned by my client, it's properties owned by a number of people, in the community. So, and I do think that there are opportunities for non-residential uses in a larger scale than when somebody's just sitting around drawing those circles that we can't stand seeing. And so I think that is true. I also think that the way in which we've created this initial PUD, it's set up in such a way that we are getting that initial mix of uses. Do I think residential goes first? I do, because we know who they are, and they're willing to write us a check right now that we're able to stick in and invest as our loan into the deal. So we know who those people are. But frankly, we also know what the rest of the site looks like. And, to Susan's point, and Susan's a genius, and Susan figures out ways of connecting people all the time in different ways. And she's always the person you want on your team. And she's been on this team for years, and she's going to continue to try and connect those dots to try and make that mixed-use community a reality almost contemporaneously, if we can. The infrastructure that's required for the residential use across E470 is the same infrastructure that's required for the non-residential use that we have on our site. It's the same water and sewer and and storm and roads. I mean, it's the same infrastructure. And so it is going to be an opportunity for us to attract a non-residential user. And to her point, and it is the right point, and I don't know how to say this any more clearly. If we don't succeed, we are stuck with 1,400 acres that isn't coming into the city. And that's not okay for us. So think of us as really selfish folks looking out for our best interest and trying to figure out how to get as much non-residential over here so that we can show up in 2 or 3 or 4 years when some of you surely will still be here, and we can say, so we did exactly what we told you we were going to do. We have to do that, or we will not be able to come back and ask for the next phase of this development. Isn't that what you want to have as a developer? I mean, we're not getting rid of our only 200 acres and being out of the city. We're just getting started in this process. And you've already seen what we've done for the last 13 years, just getting to tonight, or 14 or 15 years, just getting to tonight. So, Mayor, again, I've been coming to these city council meetings since we were meeting in the basement down the street. And
me too.
I know you have. Talk about your white suit that you used to wear. But I wouldn't do that.
That was back when Don Johnson was
I know.
popular,
It was
so
very
let that go.
in. It was very in. That's what you said then too. And so I think my clients are lucky to have a community like yours to be able to sit and have this honest dialogue. And I think, frankly, you're lucky to have clients like mine who have shown a commitment to this city and continue to work hard to try and be here. So I look forward to many more years of these conversations in order to get something great for Commerce City.
I posed that question intentionally because I knew it would be difficult to answer because the market drives a lot of things. But something else that I brought up, and I brought it up intentionally, was that Adams Crossing and that truck stop facility and some of the stuff that Brighton has going on, just like Prairie Centers. And I was here when we did the GID and the opportunity and to grow our community and have opportunities so that we weren't stagnant and we weren't dying. We took advantage of that opportunity, but what we also have to understand, and you brought it up a few weeks ago when you all were here with your presentation, that you see Prairie Centers and you see Northfields and you see all these things happening around us. And I've always thought, well, it's our time, right? And we should be taking advantage of that. And it's a difficult choice, and I say that to you and my residents, because if we don't take the chance, we know we're not gonna have that development within our community. And someone else is gonna build something that'll be similar, and it'll be less opportunity for us down the road. And I think we all understand that. It's about at what cost and at what value to our residents. And so by no means am I negatively directing these comments to your client or what you do. I've known you for a long, long time, and I've known a lot of the projects that you have done in our community. And I want to continue to see you do development within our community. I'm leaving and I got 3 more meetings after this, so, and I'm frankly pretty excited about it. But I also live here, and I want to continue to see my community do well. And I want to see those things that we've talked about for a long, long time. And I want my colleagues that are still here to be successful in doing those things. So with that said,
Mr. Merrick, may I just also address a comment that Councilman Davis had asked as well?
Yeah, sure.
So we did have outreach to our neighbors, and some of them are here tonight. I don't know what they are thinking of saying, but here's what I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about them coming up here and saying, we don't even know these guys. They weren't in touch with us. They ignored us. They might disagree with certain elements of different things, but it's a reflection of really my client, Susan, and the whole team of continuing to be available to them. I mean, Susan had me writing legal memos relating to South Adams County Water and Sanitation District's ability to annex or not annex against somebody's. I mean, she's a taskmaster on that. And so anyhow, I just want you to know that has happened, and won't stop happening because they're going to be our neighbors.
I just wanted to, I'm going to stop there because I wanted to have you have some of those concerns and items that I brought up on your mind while we're going through this hearing process. Mr. Hurst, your light is lit up. Do you have anything you want to add? All right, is there anyone on council that has any comments or questions for the applicant at this time? Seeing none, thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on the matters before this council at this time? Mr. Cerna, come on up.
Traffic and how that determines what comes in, what goes out. We built Quebec, okay, because it was supposed to stop all the traffic that's going through there now. And I know it's not your fault. If 70 wasn't there, we would be okay. We widened Highway 2. We didn't get any help. You had to do a lot of thinking on that. 104th right now right there by the water department where I live. And we put up new apartments. We're going to have an accident there, and it's going to be pretty bad. There's a lot of traffic coming through there. That's what we also need some planning on. Do you do it now, or do you do it later when it's more expensive? And when they do it, that they do it right. That we don't have to keep going back to whatever insurance has it covered, but at the same time, 40, 50, I don't know how many cars go through 104th, coming in from Thornton, going to Tower Road. Now we're getting more trailers, more heavy traffic. That really is not supposed to be there. We don't have any signs that says, use the big highways. That's what they build them for. So I'm just saying, when you plan for that. Don't just say we're building homes. Don't just say we're building businesses. Plan for the safety of the people that are going to be coming into our city. We still haven't completed the sidewalk from the high school to Highway 2. And it's part of the city. But we forget. And the traffic right now on Quebec is still from the old airport, what used to be all the way up to Rosemary and the drive-in. Well, now it's, you make a right and traffic going and coming. I know that we're short on our police department, but that's because we don't prepare for that particular growth. And when we say that we're doing it for the whole city, let's do it for the whole city. When you do a project in the north, take a look at how you can utilize these companies to improve the blighted area in Derby. 20-some years, we need that in Derby and Old Commerce City. How do we get funding to improve the homes, the libraries, the schools? It's out there. People have done it before, and we can still do it. But when they come in, it's the whole city, not just a portion of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who want to speak on the issue that's before the council this evening? Seeing none. We have a few different options here to deliberate on. So we can continue the public hearing. I can close the public hearing and ask for I can close the public hearing and ask for a motion to continue the public hearing to October 7th. So there's some options, and here's the problem with this entire thing. It's about eligibility. This council doesn't have before us an annexation request to approve an annexation. It's still about eligibility and what those costs are. So I'm gonna defer to the city attorney to make those recommendations very clear, because as if you will recall, when we opened this public hearing, the last time we had people that were confused about what meant what. I want to make sure everybody is on this council is perfectly clear as to the decision that's made here tonight, so that Mr. Foster's not home in bed tonight watching this still be deliberated.
Yes, Mr. Foster and his client and everybody else would like to get to a solution for sure. So at this point, with the hearing still open, council could close the public hearing on annexation and zoning. Council doesn't have any further questions on the annexation or the zoning at this point, so that would be appropriate when the ordinance and zoning ordinance come back to you for decision in the future. Once an annexation agreement is reached, then that would be the information you would have to rely on. There would not be a future public hearing unless it were renoticed, and we would have to go through some process to do that. So closing it would be appropriate at this point unless there are further questions, and I think council has all the resources here to ask those questions now. So that would be certainly an advisable course. After that, council could, and if council chose to continue it for any reason, council could still give us direction on the annexation agreement in hopes of bringing back a complete package at the earliest possible time. But if council were to close the public hearing and then give us direction or act on the eligibility findings, that would also get us where we need to go if you determine that the property is eligible for annexation, but we can't actually act to annex it yet. But we do need tonight at least to have direction on that annexation agreement. So if there's any, I know that's a lot of options, right? But are there questions about what those are, or if council wants to ask questions about what a certain procedural action would take, or what would you prefer to do at this point? I'd be happy to kind of map that out for you.
And I think we're gonna have to get there, but let me start with this. I believe if there's no further questions, and I know your light is lit up because we're still in the public hearing. My intent is to close the public hearing. If there are no further questions, if you have a question that is relevant to be heard in the public hearing, I'm gonna allow that question. If you have a comment that should be made after the hearing is closed, then I'm gonna close the public hearing and then, so it's your choice, Mr. Huesman. Is this relevant to the hearing or after? Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, so, Mr. Davis, I don't need a motion to close the public hearing. I can just close it. But I just wanted to make sure all questions that needed to be handled in a public manner were handled during hearing. So if there's no further questions to be heard during the hearing is closed. Now, I think it's important, Mr. Attorney, for you to identify what continuance or continuing indefinitely means versus some of the other options, because that's where things confused, that confused other people at the last meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. At this point, council could either act on the resolutions determining eligibility, which would be a motion to approve, deny, or council could give us direction on the annexation agreement and then continue everything else to October 7th. And then you would make those decisions later after we've had the opportunity to go back and finalize the annexation agreement. So you can do the eligibility resolutions tonight, or you could give us direction on the annexation agreement, and then we'd bring everything back on October 7th or the 21st, depending on the nature of the direction you give us. If council did not want to proceed with this annexation, council could postpone everything and have a motion to postpone indefinitely, the idea being it is continued, or it is postponed, some people would refer to it as laid on the table. Council's not going to take any action on it, is effectively not going to go forward. That is not preferable for finality, even though it acts in that way. I think we'd like a direct answer from council.
Thank you. So just be careful on the continuance, because the continuance could be that you absolutely are totally opposed to even considering the eligibility for annexation. All right, I'm open for a motion. Huesman.
Thanks, sir. There's several different resolutions on here and ordinances, so I don't know the best way to say it other than I make a motion that we approve the eligibility for annexation.
Do we need to do them individually, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, let's do a resolution, a motion and second to approve resolution 2019-71, which is for AN 253.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2019-71.
Mr. Davis. I have a motion and a second.
Second.
To approve resolution 2019-71. You want to read the title of that?
Resolution 2019-71, resolution determining the eligibility of certain unincorporated territory known as Third Creek West, number 1 of 2, for annexation to the city of Commerce City, Colorado.
Thank you. Now I want to go to discussion before I call for the vote. Is there any discussion? Mr. Davis.
Not sure why my light is on. I apologize.
No problem. There are some things I do want to bring up. I will be supportive of the resolution. I want to continue to see this city grow, but I want it to grow in a good, proper manner. I think that our residents deserve that piece of it, is that we're, now with all the debate over metro districts and everything else, and what works, what doesn't work, who's taking advantage of what with financing, we have to keep in step with being able to compete with surrounding areas, especially on the ability to create office and commercial opportunities for our residents. So I will be supporting it for those reasons. And I'm asking if there's any other discussion before we vote. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Mr. Huesman.
Is there another resolution on the eligibility that we need to approve that I need to make a motion on, City Attorney?
Yes, it's resolution. Yes, resolution 2019-72.
Great. Motion to approve Resolution 2019-72.
A motion, is there a second? Mr. Hurst?
I'll second that motion.
All right, will the city attorney read the title?
Resolution 2019-72, resolution determining the eligibility of certain unincorporated territory known as Third Creek West, number 2 of 2, for annexation to the city of Commerce City, Colorado.
Any discussion? Saying none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Mr. Huseman.
I believe next we are to give direction on where we want to go with the funding agreement.
Yes, that would help us to determine what to do with the rest of the agenda items.
Great. Make a motion to accept the proposed funding agreement by Crowley Company for this project to move forward.
Mr. Hurst.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? None. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. You want a roll call vote to, it's just one, right? So you got it? All right. Two? All right, just need to identify the nay votes if you'll let the clerk know. Okay. All right. Mr. Huseman? Is there anything further?
Do we have more to continue on this?
Now, with direction on funding, we are able to finalize the annexation agreement. So would it be appropriate to continue the remaining items so we can bring it back?
Yes, with luck, we'll have this concluded in such time that it could make the October 7 agenda. So a motion to continue the annexation and zoning ordinances to that date. And as well as the Metro District case that's following next, if that's would be within your motion, that would be fine.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue the annexation case and the Metro District case to a later date.
Is there a second? Mr. Hurst?
I second moving that to a later date.
Mr. Attorney?
May I just clarify, was it to the later date or to October 7?
October 7th is a later date, I think.
Okay. Yes,
yeah,
however, we have a public hearing.
I know.
That's pretty important.
I know, thank you.
So the motion
As
maker
the
says
seconder, I
October
agree with
7th?
that.
Yes, October 7th, please.
And then the second is good with that?
Yes.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. All righty. Gets us through Third Creek. Yeah, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We'll be back in to go through the rest of the hearings. going to call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is ordinance Z 777, amending a PUD zoning at 15060 East 103rd Place. I'm going to open that hearing. Remind council to use that hearing only to ask questions. Do not express opinions or indicate how you'll vote. I'd like to invite the staff forward to make the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The next two cases tonight, they have some similarities, but a couple of differences, and we'll talk about those as we go forward. This particular first case is Z777-19, a request to amend a PUD, existing PUD, to allow for multifamily dwelling and uses, with Southwestern Property Group being the applicant. Just for the record, the property file does contain the required legal posting and notification requirements needed to proceed. So this particular property is part of the Aspen Hills development on the southwest corner of Chambers and 104th. That particular property, or that particular PUD, does encompass both the commercial area, where First Bank and Dion's and they're building the Dairy Queen is located. It also includes the Aspen Hills townhomes that they're finishing up, that were started before the recession, but they're finishing up those. And it also includes the water, South Adams County water facility as well. So basically from Sable all the way over to Chambers is all included within that Aspen Hills PUD. But the particular area that we're focused on as part of this application is this crosshatched, highlighted area, just over 7 acres on the very southern portion of the Aspen Hills development, just north of the above-ground XL transmission lines to the south. So an aerial of the property does show that it's vacant, no development on it, but you'll see the other development that's occurred on the north and the west. In terms of the future land use, this area is set aside for commercial, and with residential high to the south of the utility line and also to the west. And a little case history on this. So this particular property was annexed back in 1989. The applicant tonight did purchase the property. They rezoned it to PUD way back in 2003 to allow for commercial uses in this area and then the multifamily to the west. The applicant, as part of this application, did apply for a concept schematic in April of 2019 that was reviewed by Planning Commission. Planning Commission was in support of updating the zoning to allow for multifamily uses that we'll talk about. So the particular request is to amend a portion of the Aspen Hills development, not all of it, but to amend the 7 acres, and that would allow the construction of multifamily dwellings in that area identified as C, parcel C here. The applicant is requesting the amendment due to changing economic conditions, that the applicant has a presentation that they'll talk about that. The need for high-density housing has become relevant within Aspen Hills and helps to build upon the existing commercial that's in the area. So again, this is for a little over 7 acres, lot 10 of the existing filing number 2. The applicant is proposing to develop the site with approximately 180 multifamily apartment market rate dwelling units. So within the zoning, the PUD zoning, we look at the kind of the changes or the standards that are associated with this type of multifamily, and the applicant has added a column C, as in Charlie, to the zone document that does lay out those bulk standards. So 180 dwelling units is the maximum number of units allowed. The density is 12 to 25 dwelling units an acre. That basically compares to the low end would be about a 2-story, similar to what's at Aspen Hills townhomes next door. The 24 would be equivalent to about a 3-story multifamily structure. So that would be about the size and the bulk that you're looking at. The unit size is due default to the Land Development Code. Proposed parking is 2 spaces per unit, in keeping with the already established multifamily parking there at Aspen Hills. So in terms of the compliance with the comprehensive plan, unlike the next case that we'll hear, this particular property in commercial, and the comprehensive plan does allow secondary land uses such as high-density residential, which are allowed as part of a horizontal or vertical mixed-use project. So in certain commercial clusters, you often see them around up and down the Front Range, but where you have a multifamily component that again builds and accentuates and creates a more walkable, livable community for all involved. It does also correspond to other comprehensive plan goals, including increased housing types to meet current and future needs. As you all are probably aware, we don't have much of any market rate apartments in the Northern Range. And also another goal to establish mixed-use centers as a primary location for jobs, for retail, for civic, but also high-density housing. So in terms of the PC analysis, they looked at the standards in Article 3 of the Land Development Code and found that they were in compliance, and their recommendation reflects that. They also felt like, based on the applicant's request, that the Planning Commission believes that their rezoning is justified, that the updated PUD is consistent with the land use designations. It will allow for the development of the property, which has remained vacant for almost 17 years, so there was quite a bit of discussion at Planning Commission about that particular piece. And the proposed use will provide additional rooftops that do oftentimes help commercial services. So in terms of the required public notification, you'll see here that city staff did meet those requirements. And in terms of additional publication, at this time, as of today, staff has not received any requests for additional information or objections to the request. And then this particular case was heard on August 6th. The Planning Commission at that time did hold a public hearing. They voted 5-0 to recommend approval to City Council regarding this rezoning. Originally, the Planning Commission did add one recommended condition regarding sign regulations in the PUD. However, those have been satisfied and that condition is no longer needed. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Staff will be glad to answer any questions, and then also the applicant has a presentation as well.
Does any of the council have any questions of the staff at this time? Seeing none, the applicant wants to come forward. Make your presentation. I don't think that's on, Mark. Turning the button on. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So Mayor, Council, Mark Campbell, President of Southwestern Property Corp., 7979 East Tufts Avenue in Denver, Colorado. Appreciate your time up here. Appreciate the staff. We've been working on this for a while. Been so helpful to get to this point. For those of you that don't know me, some do, some don't, let me just spend 1 minute telling you about our company. So we've been working in Commerce City since 2000. We've done a lot of land development. You see subdivisions that we, in most cases, annexed and platted and sold. So River Oaks, you see Outlook 120th. Right now, we're still working on Cutler Farms, which is under contract. It's a mixed-use deal. It's under contract to 2 builders. We did Prairie Farms, which now Richmond American is developing. Buckley Ranch is sold out. Harvest Meadows. We also did 2 of the first retail centers, which was my background for many years. We used to do lots of King Soopers and Safeway. And one time, pre-recession, we had a signed letter of intent with King Soopers on the southwest corner that we're talking about now. And we had a signed letter of intent with Safeway on the southeast corner. I developed both those properties. Safeway went away after the recession and King Soopers expanded, could no longer fit on our site, so they moved to the northwest corner. So we've been actively pursuing retail development. However, we no longer do that. We just do multifamily pretty much and some self-storage projects. As probably most of you know, retail in the United States is undergoing a big upheaval. In this year so far, 7,062 stores have closed. That was through July 5th. There's probably 12,000 retail stores are closing. So retail's changing, and we've been trying to market this ground to retail for well over 10 years. So
when Steve spoke of the changing market conditions, that's really it. So this comp plan always contemplated mixed-use development. We sold the ground that is presently the Aspen Hills condominiums, which is our neighbor to the west. We are in compliance with the comp plan, and so we're seeking rezoning for a Class A multifamily project. Actually, this deal already has our financing and equity in place to move forward if the council votes positively tonight. Presently, there's only about 11% of the housing units in this area, North Range, are in multifamily, and that includes the new Avila project on 120th, as well as the affordable housing project that's just finishing up on 104th and Blackhawk. Statewide, citywide, it's about 38% multifamily. So we're vastly underrepresented. This will be Class A. It'll pay property taxes. It'll be nice, but we'll have units, offering units as low as $1,290 a month. That is vastly below anything else in this area, and will provide people of all types a place to live in this great community. I do have with me tonight our Jackson Givens, who works for us, and Adam Cantor, who's been working diligently. He's a planner with Kephart and Associate Land Planning, and I'd like to bring them up now for any further comments they want to make, and we'll answer any questions you have in a minute.
Jackson Givens, 7979 East Tufts Ave in Denver, Colorado. Just wanted to go through a few of these slides here. This is the site plan that you can see we've come up with, trying to limit the visibility of some of the parking here by placing those buildings along 103rd, having a nice visible clubhouse. And we've also got 50% covered spaces, which is something that staff wanted, and we're happy to comply with that. Like Mark said, we'll be offering our units from $1,290, which compared to the condos next door, we spoke to the broker for those, and all in with a mortgage and HOA, they're starting at $2,200 a month. So we're bringing a more attainable housing product to this area. And then we have a few photos of a similar product and how this is going to look if it's completed. That's all I have.
We'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions from the council? Mr. Davis.
So these units, are they 1, 2, and 3 bedroom, or how
Yes.
large are they?
Yes, there's a mix. Jackson has the specifics.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. The least number of those is 3 bedrooms. Our average unit size is a little bit larger than some complexes you're seeing built around town. So our average unit size is 923 square feet, which we believe to be sufficient in this area and give people a little bit added space that they're not seeing around Denver.
And those are 1 or 2, I'm sorry, 2 or 3 stories in that building?
These are 3-story walk-up.
But this property also has a dog park, fully outfitted clubhouse. It's Class A. Our builder built this exact product down in Colorado Springs, and it's been wildly successful down there.
And then finally, the parking has always been an issue in that area with the residents that are up to the south of that area. Can you expand on how you designed the parking?
Yeah, absolutely. We made it a note in that PUD that there are 2 spaces per unit. That is quite a bit more than you're seeing in and around Denver. So we wanted to make sure that residents in this area weren't interfering by taking up retail parking or driving further south to park along some of those other roads.
I didn't look. Are there garages with those units or not?
There are some garages. because of how the site lays out, it's a little bit more efficient to have some more carports, so cars are protected. And we have contemplated putting it back to those carports, so they are a little bit more screened as well.
Counselor, just by way of example, I mean, in suburban projects, you're seeing an average parking count of 1.5 spaces per unit, where this is 2, so we're 1/3 more than the average, I would say. And if you have an urban, some places in an urban environment are less than 1, but that allows people walkability, we have a very good walkability score here in terms of for a suburban location because of the retail, because of the Dion's, the restaurant we do have, and so we're pretty excited about that.
And then what about on-site management or off-site management?
So this would be on-site managed by Alliance Residential, who's a large third-party management company. Very capable. They manage properties in Brighton, Thornton, Green Valley. So they're very capable at running this as a well-maintained property.
And just by way of adding on to that, so Alliance is probably second or third largest in the country, and they're approved by the Federal Housing Administration, which is a requirement of this deal. So they're very well versed, not only in managing a Class A deal, but also in an appropriate lease-up situation.
Thank you, man. Or, gentlemen, that's all I have.
Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming and presenting this to us. I want to commend you guys for bringing something that looks natural when like it belongs in the city. Today I was driving 104th in Colorado, and that apartment building that has gone up there looks so out of place. And so I just want to say thank you for trying to keep the city looking the way that it does instead of bringing rhino elements up here that don't belong. I do have a question. You're classified tax-wise as non-residential property, even though you're multifamily, right?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. No, well, it would be classified as residential, I think.
Okay. Total valuation on this project for you? What would the total valuation on this project be for you?
Our all-in cost here is just over $34 million.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
If you're thinking about the assessment tax ratio, our tax consultant, so we'll be at the 7.15% assessed tax ratio.
Any other questions for the applicant? I just wanted to reiterate the parking concerns Mr. Davis has brought forward. We've had some other uses that have created additional parking concerns within the detached single-family product that's nearby. So as long as you have, and I'm glad to hear that you have a third more than most of these type of multifamily opportunities bring in. So if there's no other questions from the council, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we'll ask if there's anyone in the audience who wants to speak on the issue before the council this evening. No one? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm open for a motion. Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve ordinance Z77-19 by council as seated on first reading.
Mayor Ford.
Yes, sir.
I believe there are findings, right?
Planning Commission findings and recommendations come first. If
trying
you
to
want
follow my
to
script.
make a motion on that.
Motion to accept the findings and recommendation of the Planning Commission on ordinance Z77-19.
Thank you. Mr. Madera?
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission in this case. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. I'm open for a motion on the ordinance. Mr. Huseman.
Now I'll motion to approve ordinance Z77-19 by council as seated on first reading.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, Mayor, I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance Z777-19 by council as seated on first reading. Will the city attorney please read the title?
Ordinance Z 77-19, an ordinance amending the PUD zoning of the city of Commerce City, Colorado for the property described in Exhibit A attached here to and made a part hereof and located at 15060 East 103rd Place, Commerce City, Colorado.
I'm going to open it up for discussion because I think there are a few things that need to be said. Most of the time, we see and have in the past multi-family zoned properties being requested to revert back to single-family detached products. It's very odd, and I think this is probably the first time I've seen a request for multifamily versus a lack of opportunity for commercial because of the frontage scenario with 104th and backing to the XL power lines. I do think that there's an opportunity for residents to have the opportunity to live here in an affordable manner and be able to work at some of the surrounding areas. And the one thing that I am absolutely positive of is we have some density, especially up in that area. It creates more opportunity for some of the service-oriented commercial that our residents are demanding. So I see this as being a positive. I like the fact that it's Class A, and I like the designs that were brought forward, as Mr. Huseman said. So I will be supportive. Is there any other discussions by council? Mr. Huseman?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you saw me reaching for that. I also support this. I think that it's very important that we continue to offer attainable housing within the city. We struggle with a school district that is so underfunded that our teachers are taking part-time jobs out at Starbucks in order to make ends meet. A couple years ago, we were in the fight over whether or not to do that mill levy override for the district. And during that fight, that was one of the biggest concerns people had was, can the teachers who teach in this community live here? And with a plethora of single-family homes that are unaffordable on a teacher's salary, having these kind of products that are out there that they can afford to move into is critical to allowing that to happen. It's not just the teachers, it's the first responders, it's the police, the fire, the paramedics that are out there. It's, encouraging military members who are stationed out at Buckley to come out here. It's encouraging the National Guard members who are stationed out there to come and settle in our community and bring with them the vibrance and just the wealth of experience that they bring with them. So I think this is a great product. I think that switching it from the commercial that has been marketed for years and has been vacant to something that we know is going to be constructed and is no longer growing weeds, and having that is a great opportunity for us. So I fully support this.
Any other discussion by council? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, Z 777-19 introduced unanimously by the council this evening, 8 in favor, 1 excused absence. Next item is LUP 55-19, which is amending the future land use plan for property located at 104th and Potomac. Tonight's fourth public hearing will be to amend that future land use plan for property located at 104th and Potomac. I remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions. Do not express your opinions or indicate how you will vote. I'm going to go ahead and open that public hearing and invite the staff to make a presentation.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, council members. Our last public hearing tonight, this is the land use plan case, 55-19, updating the land use map from office to mixed-use commercial corridor. The applicant is Southwestern Property Corporation. Again, just a note for the record that the case file contains the required legal posting and notification and is eligible to proceed tonight. So this particular property is just down the street. You'll see here on the aerial, this is the far side of Aspen Hills. So this is a little bit further west between Blackhawk and Potomac. What's known as the Commons at 104th PUD, approximately just under 17 acres, 16.7 acres, still fronts on 104th. still to the south has the public service above-ground power lines. South of that are several unincorporated large rural residential lots. And then to the west here, this area is all the Reunion, part of their Village 9, that's under review right now for a variety of residential types. So the aerial, again, this property is vacant along 104th. And the future land use in our comprehensive plan currently calls us out to be office. Again, the area just to the right, residential high, and then just to the west, mixed use. This is what they're proposing to change it to. And a little history. So this particular property was annexed back in 2008. The applicant at the time was a North Forest office. They ended up actually, they went through the entitlements, they annexed the property, they rezoned it to allow their North Forest office design. However, they ended up buying the property catty-corner to them and built their office park over there. And this particular property remained vacant, and has remained vacant, and has been on the market for, again, well over a decade now. So just under 17 acres, currently zoned plan unit development. The applicant would like to construct a horizontal mixed-use project of both commercial and multifamily uses. So similar to what we just saw at Aspen Hills with commercial, but also some level of multifamily as well. And the reason that this is a little bit different than the previous case is that the current comprehensive plan does allow multifamily in the commercial. It does not allow any multifamily within the office designation, and the current zoning does not allow any type of multifamily. So before we can proceed with the zoning, a land use plan amendment is required. And so here you see on the bottom left what the current land use map shows, and then over here on the right is what the proposal is to be in harmony and similar as what the Reunion development has just to the west. So a clarification, so a land use plan is not zoning, and so if this were to be approved tonight, the applicant would need to come forth with a zoning amendment or a zone document amendment, and with their own bulk standards, just as we saw for the Aspen Hills development, and that would be required to be voted on and approved by City Council prior to any building or construction. So this is the first stage, but there would be a subsequent stage that City Council would need to weigh in and approve before any building could go forward. So this is just a concept plan, one of many that's been talked about. Obviously, concept plans are subject to change, but it wanted to give an idea of kind of what the applicant's vision was for the area. And so they are proposing to still retain commercial because, again, the parcels that tend to front on the arterial 104th tend to be still valuable and good commercial and office type of uses. It's really the back area that has been the struggle, and that's where they're proposing to do a multifamily type of development. Again, these are just proposals. The subject or the maximum number of units, the bulk standards would all be contained in a subsequent and future zoning amendment case. So some analysis from a planning commission again. They felt like it was meeting a goal to increase the housing types for the community. Also the intent of the goal to have a mixed-use center for allowing, of course, office and service and retail multifamily. There were some cons that were talked about, loss of viable non-residential land. And then there was also some concerns about the traffic impacts, especially on Potomac Street. And that was talked about by a couple of the residents who showed up. Just for clarification, so as Reunion is getting ready to plat this, they will be improving Potomac Street basically from their frontage all the way down to 96. The applicant would improve frontage along their respective collector streets here. But Potomac right now is just a dirt gravel road that would be fully improved as part of the development that is occurring with the Reunion development. So some more planning commission analysis. They felt like it was consistent with the overall intent of the comprehensive plan and the mixed-use commercial classification. They did feel like, again, there were changing social values, new planning concepts, other market conditions that have changed since this was first entitled almost 12 years ago. Again, it will provide additional rooftops for commercial services. And Planning Commission also wanted to make sure that in the zoning amendment that there would be property preserved for commercial uses. So they did not want to go all the way with multifamily for the all 17 acres, but they did want to have some type of balance among the acreage. So again, the public notification in accordance with Article 3 of the Land Development Code. And then as it relates to this particular city council meeting, staff did receive 0 requests for additional information for the city council. Staff did receive 2 requests for additional information as related to the planning commission meeting. And then this went to planning commission. Again, a public hearing was held September 3rd. Planning commission did vote 5-0 to recommend approval to city council for this land use plan amendment. And with that, staff concludes their presentation. Again, the applicant does have a separate presentation for council as well.
Thank you. Is there any questions of the staff concerning this land use amendment that's before us? Seeing none, if the applicant wants to come forward and make a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Mark Campbell, 7979 East Tufts Avenue, Denver, Colorado. I'm going to let Adam and Jackson do most of this presentation, but I will say that we do own this ground. We did buy it. We love it in the location where it is. Early on, I mean, this has been going on for about 13 months. We got some comments from city staff thinking, man, we'd really like to have senior housing here. So we did oblige that request, and we spent $7,500 on a marketing study from a national consultant in senior housing. And this site does not really work. Commerce City in this area is just really too young from a demographic standpoint. Your income is fantastic. It's like $105,000. Which is unbelievably high. But people that live here aren't old enough. I mean, they need to be in their 60s, and mom and dad that are going to senior housing or assisted living got to be generally starting about 84 years old. So that did not work. As you know, we were background as retail developers, and we still could do that and will do that when the opportunity presents itself. This particular request does not eliminate retail, does not eliminate office. We're just asking for a switch to mixed use. It's going to make it more marketable, and we'll be able to bring whatever brings the market will bear. That being said, I do honestly think that multifamily down the road in a few years, this is at least a year behind Aspen Hills that you just saw, because as Steve points out, we have to go through a use change, or excuse me, a zoning PUD change. But we also got another study for multifamily from a recognized multifamily consultant. And this area, due to the scarcity of multifamily, could support about 300 units of Class A multifamily per year for the next 3 years. So to remind you, we just are doing 180 units there on Chambers, and we'd like to do something like this here. It doesn't mean we have to do multifamily. We're just asking for mixed use. With that, I'll turn it over to Jackson and Adam.
Jackson Givens, 7979 East Tufts Ave, Denver, Colorado. Like Mark said, we just want to bring an additional use to this to make this property more marketable. This is solely a land use amendment, and we just want to provide flexibility for the future. You know, we're not getting rid of office, like Mark said. If an office user comes in and they can pay what they need to pay, we're happy to have office. We're happy to have, senior apartments, which I believe are actually allowed in the current PUD. So in my mind, we're a little contradictory with an office land use. But as Mark said, we have a study from the Highland Group, which I'm happy to share, who just said this area is not quite ready for senior living. We did have an offer for a small office pad, but again, the demand's not quite there. They could pay half of what our basis would be into this once we put in the infrastructure. So we're trying to find a larger user for the back part of this site, whether it be a large office user, multifamily, whatever it ends up being, to help bear the cost of that infrastructure that we need to put in to help those pad sites up front. As you can see, with the previous Aspen Hills, those pad sites were the first ones to go, and we held that site for quite a while. So without sort of an anchor in the back to help bear some of those infrastructure costs and to really draw other users in, the site could be sitting there longer. So, we're just trying to kind of align the PUD with the land use, and, create some continuity with our neighbors to our east and west. I think Steve had a better picture of this. To our west, we have mixed use. To our east, we have high residential. If you look at the office to the north, that's wrapped by more of a mid-residential, more of your single family, which acts as a good buffer between office. So we're just trying to conform with both of our neighbors here. With that, I'd invite Adam if he has any additional points.
Hi, good evening. My name's Adam Cantor with Kephart Community Planning Architecture. We're at 2555 Walnut Street in Denver, 80205. When a client comes to us, my background is site planning, and I help on the front end of land development. So when a client comes to us and says, well, I have this site and it hasn't been working, what can we do? We look at trends, we look at things we look at needs, and multifamily in conjunction with residential and office was really what we targeted here. So we felt like because of the context, because of the existing land uses, that a mixed use designation for this property would offer us more flexibility. So I don't really have a ton to add to what's been said, but when asked, my professional opinion as someone who works on primarily multifamily deals is that this site needs more synergy. It needs something to boost it in order to help spur its development. Thank you, and we're available for answer any questions you have.
All right, does council have any questions for the applicant? Saying none, I'm going to go to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak on this matter? Cerna, come on up.
Again, traffic. Blackhawk, you can't make a left, you only make a right. Potomac is a shortcut now coming in from Highway 2 where the recreation center is, going all the way to 96 because of traffic and the backup. I live in that area. I don't mind the power lines. That was another thing that was promised, the possibility of putting those power lines underground. It's never been done. But buses and the safety of these kids, when buses come and pick them up, and then they have to wait and wait and wait. You're going to have to get the engineers out there and look at where we need lights to bring down the speed of the cars that are coming on 104th in the morning and in the evening. And then they got to make a right, then they got to make a left on Highway 2. It's shortcuts. And then you got all the traffic coming in from Thornton, North Glen on 104th. The backing up of the two railroads that constantly stop traffic and they get backed up. So please, I can understand what he's trying to do, but I think that the city also has a responsibility of looking at where and how do we stop the speed along 104th. You have a lot of young kids that have to get to school, and they have a tendency of speeding. Please, again, don't use something like senior citizens for an excuse of not building buildings to be able, okay, I'm 75, but we still own homes, okay? So the other part is let's just plan right for the traffic that's coming. We got right there in the front, on the side, prairie dogs. But we deal with it, okay? Parking, we dealt with that. We came to you, you took care of it. But if we would have planned it right, okay, as far as traffic, some of these where you can't make a left-hand turn coming into 104th, going north, we're a small little community there, but we're going to keep growing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this? Come on up.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, let me introduce myself. My name is Nancy LaPointe. I live on 14131 East 102nd Avenue, Foxton Village, Commerce City 80022. If you would go back to one of your previous maps, any previous map that you've shown, you've never shown where we live on that street on Blackhawk. There's a neighborhood there. It's a little tiny neighborhood. I don't know if any of you have ever been up Blackhawk or up Sable. It's houses. It's a little residential neighborhood. It's a village. Now, I come from the East Coast where I'm very familiar with home rule, but I lived in a small town. I moved to Colorado about 5 years ago. And I vowed to keep my mouth shut at these type of meetings. But politics is politics, and here I go again. Okay. When I first moved to my little village, my house, I was introduced to what was called a metro district. Now, when we bought the house, we paid the fines for the person that lived there before. We paid the HOA fines, all sorts of little things. But it was our understanding that with the roll into the metro district, we wouldn't have things like fines for someone not mowing their grass in the backyard by the HOA. That continues today. Now, one of the first reasons we found out about that is because we got a notice that we needed to put a tree in the median between our house and the road. Now, in order to find out what type of tree I had to plant, I needed to find the 14-year-old planning document for Foxton Village. I found out that shoe tree was not on it, or that's what I would have put there. The rules that we have to go through just in that little village are crazy. You have a tree in front of every house, and in 14 years, you're going to have a lot of broken sidewalks. Coming from New England, I can tell you all about them. You can't park on the street, which means we can't get our mail. Now, it's a federal regulation that they have to deliver it to your mailbox or your house. Instead, we get a notice saying, there's too many cars, we're not going to deliver your mail. I'm sorry, I can't control the parking. I can't control what goes on my street where the garbage cans are. I hope a fire truck or an ambulance can get by on my road half of the time. It's a little residential neighborhood. Then I was introduced to the apartments that were coming on Sable. Low impact, not big deal. Don't worry about them. 3 stories high, you can see the thing from the top of Chambers. You can go to 120, I'm surprised we don't land helicopters on it. But I don't have a problem with those apartments. Sorry, I know my time is up, but if you'll let me continue.
I'm going to let you continue.
Thank you. The apartments there, though they are for low income, they're also non-smoking. I don't care if people smoke or not. I do care that they are all parked or walking outside of that apartment complex up and down Sable. There is a dark area that you can't see from there where the apartments that were just built have a fence. And then there is what you would call, I guess, road heaven. And then there's our neighborhood. This is where the kids play from that apartment complex. They don't play in the apartment complex. There's nowhere to play in there. It's nice to know that the new one that they want to build in, and I have no problem with the developer. But they're going to have a pool. I hope I get to use it. Okay? What we received in the mail was the little yellow card. Not all of us pick up the Sentinel and look immediately for things like legal notices. Most of the people in my neighborhood work 2 jobs. They have kids. They take care of the elderly. It's all they can do to maintain their property and their home and find a place to park. I don't have a problem to the type of apartment or the need for apartments. In fact, as talking to the developer earlier, I wanted to remind him that most of the economic studies show that what we need are low-income housing and senior housing. And if I want any of that, I'll go to Thornton, apparently. But my little neighborhood has changed, and it's not a little neighborhood anymore. It's a little street that's going to have a little rundown area behind it because we can't sell the houses anymore back there. Houses used to sell in 3 days. On my little street alone, there are 2 houses that have been on sale for months. No one wants to go behind the apartments and live back there. Reunion has had a large increase in burglaries, car break-ins. Our little neighborhood is starting to see the same. I've looked at the planning documents. I've looked at the drawing where they even want to show you where the tree is. By the way, this is where I live, right there in the corner. Okay. Back on the East Coast, we would have laughed at a document like this, especially when I came to, and I'm going to leave here because I don't want to go over too much, the Planning Commission report. I understand that this is not a change in zoning, it's just a change in use. I also understand that most communities did not build things simply because they can. There normally is a good reason for it. I don't see a good reason for that location as much as I might see a reason for the need of what the developer wants. But on page 6, the best part of my review was this. In the Planning Commission report, under the criteria, they've met all the criteria, they've done all the proper things. We don't really care about the aesthetics of the area or the beautiful view we have down the hill, the agriculture and all that. Or the office complex that's across the street that I understand now has moved some of their offices to the other area over by Commerce, by Chambers. The criteria under section 21.2.110.1 amendments. There are several questions. On the bottom of page 6, the question is this. The amendment will promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of the people of the city. The answer? We don't believe it will not have any positive things. We believe it's just not going to affect it adversely. In other words, this is where we would have, on the East Coast, none. None. You can't give me one positive thing about how it's going to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of even the people on my street. We're hoping eventually we'll get another light on 102nd. That might help with the police as they're picking up the beer cans and the things from the other apartments. As far as the planning of where this goes, we have so much construction going on that we have constructionitis, okay, in our little area. And yeah, we can't take a left, we can't take a right. Most of the time, we only have one lane, all right? There are several things that you can do. On the East Coast, we used to say, table it. I don't think you do that here. But I would ask that you reconsider, before you even consider changing the plan, of what we're doing to the little communities that you've already built in this great city. I thank you for letting me go over. Thank you.
Ma'am, before you leave, I just want to comment. The reason I let you go over is because you stayed on task and your entire discussion was specific to this development. So thank you for being here to speak out on your concerns.
And I thank you because most of us in our neighborhood really didn't start discussing this until yesterday, until we
Sure.
actually found out what was going on.
Sure.
So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience who would like to speak on this matter? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now I'm open for a motion on the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on this case. Mr. Huseman?
Would like to accept, make a motion to accept the findings and recommendations on the Planning Commission in this case.
Mr. Madera?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on this case. Mr. Attorney?
Mayor, I want to confirm an issue on the vote related to this matter.
Okay.
If I may have a moment.
You can have all the time you need.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. I just wanted to confirm under the section of the charter that requires a certain majority to approve zoning amendments and the provision of the LDC that talks about land use plan amendments incorporates those sections, but I construe that provision to be very narrowly interpreted to actual zoning ordinances. And so I thank you for your patience, but I don't have anything to indicate on the vote.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Let the record show, one nay vote. Motion is carried. Now I'm open for a motion on the ordinance. Mr. Huseman?
Motion to approve ordinance LUP-55-19 by council is seated on first reading.
Thank you. Mr. Teeter?
Second.
A motion and a second. Attorney, please read the title.
Ordinance LUP-55-19, an ordinance amending the future land use plan of the comprehensive plan of the city of Commerce City for the property generally located at the southeast corner of East 104th Avenue and Potomac Street from office/flex to mixed use corridor and commercial.
Thank you. I'm going to go to discussion on this case. Mr. Huseman?
Thank you, Mayor. Ma'am, I want to thank you for coming in and talking about the plight of North Range Village. You have reiterated what I spent a considerable amount of time last week during our study session bringing up, and the people that were in the audience, the people that are sitting on the dais could probably shake their heads and say, yes, I did bring up the issues of the smoking and the traffic, and there's not a day that doesn't go by that I'm not in contact and conversation with a resident that you have in your neighborhood regarding the speeding down Sable. I've requested the radar carts, the speed studies on Sable in order to get that taken care of for you guys, working on getting your neighborhood watch signs put up in order to help that. So I fully understand the plight of what you're talking about and the impact that development in the area has had on your small, quaint little neighborhood. I like the neighborhood. Actually, whenever I drive through, I think, oh, you know, I don't know why we didn't look at purchasing a house here. And sad to say, I'm glad I didn't, but I do understand, and I want you to know that my support of this measure does take into account what you guys are going through. But at the end of the day, I have to look at this holistically at a broader picture, that in order to get the commercial development that we are continuing to want to drive, and that commercial development is so important, not just to the city, but also to our school district, our fire district, library, everybody else, where that commercial is taxed at a higher rate, provides more revenue. To get that, we have to give a little. And the difference that I see in this versus what you're having to deal with is this is Class A. This is going to be nice things that are going to bring an added value to our community. On top of that, I'm a fan of mixed use. I think that mixed use is great. Our walkability score in Commerce City is pitiful. Absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, I'm happy State House 38 is going to be close enough that I can walk there, and I'm happy about that. And then I'll stumble home probably. But the walkability score in Commerce City is just horrible. And having mixed use and promoting the idea of mixed use to reduce that walkability score, or excuse me, increase the walkability score in order to have the kind of development that we want, I think we have to find ways to push that forward. So please understand that my support of this, and I am fully in support, in no way discounts what you guys are going through in North Range Village, and I will continue on a daily basis to engage our city staff to try to work through those issues in order to restore your quaint community that you decided to move into. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huseman. I have some comments as well. I was impressed that young lady came up here and talked about the impacts to her, and she stayed on topic. Normally, we don't get that. We get an array of a whole lot of different things, and she was on point. And I think some of that takeaway is just what Mr. Huseman talked about. The points that Mr. Cerna brought up, I think, have to be addressed as considering something like this. I too grew up in a small community called Commerce City. Part of what I've done is help expand the city, and I'm proud of what it has become. But I'm also sorry because we've got a lot of people who have migrated here that have different mindsets than what it was when I was young. When it comes to people smoking out on the corner and throwing their cigarette butts down for everyone else to deal with, when it comes to parking that Mr. Cerna brought up and parking in front of other people's homes within the subdivisions, those are things that are just out of disrespect for the other residents that live in the area. And I would implore the developer and the existing multifamily housing area to identify ways to correct some of those problems, whether it be the smoking, whether it be where the kids play. But we all, as part of this community, it's not just the 9 people that sit up here. It's everybody's responsibility to try to make sure that we're trying to be civil and build a sense of community. I still want a community where you can go next door and borrow a cup of sugar versus going out and picking up someone else's cigarette butts. And you hit on those points, and that matters. Mr. Huseman and some of the other council members and some residents went out and picked up some trash this last weekend. Is that the job of the city council to go out and pick up trash? No. But we all play a role in what kind of community we have. And just recently, you mentioned the thefts that are going on. In the state of Colorado, we've decriminalized almost everything that used to hold a punishment. And I'm speaking directly to the points that you made. People need to lock their cars. The downside is stealing a car is a ticketable offense. You know, when I was a kid, we were scared to death to even consider stealing a car because we were going to go to prison for the rest of our lives. And so we are creating part of this. Mr. Cerna brought up traffic issues. Well, we have a state that, you know, we're having an increase of 200,000 people a year into this state. And anybody that lives west of Commerce City and north of 96th Avenue across the entire state comes through Commerce City to go to that airport. Every person. And so it's not, we can stop building today. We could not have these multifamily units. I can tell you right now, Thornton, North Glen, Longmont, Louisville, everything all the way up to the northwest is going to continue to build. And they're continue to have an impact of migratory traffic on our system. I actually appreciate what this council has done with funding Tower Road, taking care of some of the infrastructure needs that we do have, divulging Highway 2 and building it to 4 lanes. Downside to that is it's solid cars all day long. Highway 85, solid cars all day long. I will tell you, we need the state to fix some of their infrastructure to so that we're not over impacted by people trying to find alternative routes through our community with the trucks and everything else. So no, I don't want to increase traffic in your neighborhood. I want to continue to grow a good quality city. I want to have a community that takes care of each other. We have to do some things for ourselves. I grew up here. I don't have any plans on leaving here. But it does get frustrating to know, we heard earlier, people are having to pay for the prairie dog removal. I will tell you what, as a resident, you ought to be concerned about the fact that every single person that we arrest, Commerce City has to pay for 100% of their health care needs once we arrest them and they say, I need to go to the hospital. It drives me crazy that a guy can kill his wife and then shoot himself in the head and turn around, still be alive. Commerce City's responsible to pay for the brain surgeries and the rehab and everything else. Our resources, when you talk about spending and wasteful, you want new lights, you want things like that, we've got to fix things at the state that help protect us. And I want to reduce that traffic. I want to do those things. This council has pushed and pushed and pushed to even elevate an additional 5 signals to go in on 104th Avenue. Brian, why don't you tell us what the locations of those signals will be so that the residents that are watching or here in the audience know where those signals go.
City Council previously has authorized and funded 5 additional traffic signals on 104th Avenue. The one closest to this development that's planned is at 104th and Revere, just west of this location, but east of Highway 2. The other signals are west of Highway 2.
Thank you, Brian. So we are spending money to build new signals and everything else. With the amount of growth that's occurring, and I'm not blaming that growth on Commerce City, the amount of people that are moving to Colorado and using our infrastructure, it's taxing to try to keep up with it. 120th is going to be future build out of 6 lanes. I always call it the Tower realignment. The Tower Buckley realignment is now, what's the name of that road, Brian? High Plains Parkway. That's 6-lane build out as well. You start looking at, you think we have traffic today? 104th goes 6 lanes, 120th goes 6 lanes, and that parkway goes 6 lanes. You're going to really see some traffic. And the only chance that we have is if we try to be civil, and it's really hard in this society to be civil with your neighbors, and everybody tries to do their part. So I don't want people putting cigarette butts or parking in front of your house, and I want the fire trucks and the ambulances to get by. Mr. Cerna, I want people to slow down. I don't want those trucks impacting you. I want all the things that you want. But if Commerce City said, okay, we're just going to stop development, those problems still are going to be there. And we have to have additional revenue and additional means, and a lot of the infrastructure that goes in is infrastructure by development. If we don't have that, we're really going to get over-impacted with no revenue streams to fund the things that you all want. I am going to be supportive of this because we need this type of housing, but we also need, every time they come in, and I'm going to say it, Mark Campbell's been a friend of mine for a long, long time. I'm going to say it right to him. Have the management company keep an eye on things. Make sure that we're not impacting negatively the areas around it. If you have a concern, instead of having to come in here, you should be able to walk over and talk to the management company and say, hey, you know, some of your residents are parking in front of my house. I come home from work after a long day. I don't have a place to park. Can you help me? That's how that works. But if you go and start screaming cuss words at somebody, they tend to not respond well. So I guess just because of your comments and the reason I let you go on, it made me realize that civility is lacking greatly in the country, not just our community. And, you know, some of the comments of what you heard tonight, we could use a little more civility in this room as well. So thank you, young lady, for coming in. Are there any other comments before I call for a roll call vote? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. For the record, motion is carried. Introduced this evening, LUP 55-19, 7 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 excused absence. Thank you for coming in this evening. All right, brings us to Administrative Council business. We start with an oil and gas monthly update from Mr. McBroom.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. Dominic Martinelli, one of our city planners, is going to provide the monthly update.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager McBroom, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm going to be giving the oil and gas monthly update for September 2019. To date, no city oil and gas permits have been submitted. We're still in the current state that we've generally been since being approached by operators since May of 2018. So all of the operators in the city still currently have pending holds. Current spacing applications have not changed. We don't expect them to within the current short amount of time, along with Form 2 applications and 2A. These have generally been the same for the last 3 months. This is the same with the map of the COGCC activity. We don't expect any pending changes currently, but within the next 3 months, there could be some potential additional spacing applications that may be submitted. Once we have more information, we will update you as we normally have. So some general updates that we wanted to give. We do have a draft regional operator agreement finalized with Extraction Oil and Gas. So essentially what happened from July 29th when the public comment period closed, staff has been working to evaluate the nature of the public comments. We've given updates on that during the last monthly update, generally about how many comments we received, what the nature of those comments were. And the task that we were given was to evaluate the feasibility of those comments as they pertain specifically to the agreement. And within that month period, staff has gone and done work to improve the agreement based on those comments that we've received. We've negotiated additional health, safety, and general welfare protections in response to public comments. And pending any additional direction from council tonight, staff expects administrative approval of the agreement by September 20th, so this Friday. Some other updates as well. We did hold a study session with City Council on September 9th. We determined a schedule for the stakeholder participation meetings with the general public, and study sessions with Planning Commission and City Council. We're going to talk generally about the regional operator agreement, then I'll add some additional items that we have on the City Council study session, including some general public meeting dates. So to provide some background to the ROA and BOP changes, so where we are today from where we were last month, we made a significant amount of public changes that were based on the public comments that we received over the 21-day public comment period. This involved meeting with Extraction over a number of weeks to incorporate these changes and to negotiate additional provisions. So we're going to go through here and just kind of take a look at what the main changes were and how the agreement is different than the version that was posted during the public comment period. So we further defined maximum extent practicable. There were some general comments from the public that felt that the language regarding maximum extent practical could have been increased. We removed economic practicability as a factor of consideration in determining maximum extent practicable. We also have established a third-party dispute resolution with the soon-to-be-formed COGCC Technical Advisory Board. So if there is some discrepancy between staff interpretation and the operator's interpretation of maximum extent practicable, that would be evaluated by a third party. Severability. So there was a provision in the previous agreement that required the city to co-depend with the operator during a third-party legal challenge. This requirement was removed. Based on specific comments that we received from what the operator has been doing in Broomfield was regarding low-order drilling muds. We have a requirement for Tier 4 drilling rigs in proximity to residential, in addition to some versions of Tier 2 rigs and other protections that can be put in place to reduce sound and odor. We clarified the enforceability language, so the ROA is to be enforceable through both contract and through the Land Development Code through permit commissions. There was some comments on the clarity of that language, and we strengthened that language to make it clear that the terms of this regional operator agreement would be enforceable through the contract and both permit conditions for all the oil and gas permits that the operator would need to obtain. There was included language on fracking fluid disclosures, so any chemicals that would be considered proprietary would also need to be disclosed. There isn't any substantive information with this last one, but we generally added acknowledgement of Senate Bill 181, and that staff and the operator have made best efforts to incorporate protections gained through that legislation as part of this agreement. So this second slide here provides some of more of the larger scale provisions that were renegotiated during the public comment period or after the public comment period. The first one is air quality monitoring. So in the original agreement, if you add up the number of wells versus how much money was dedicated per well over the lifespan, there was essentially around $1.4 million that would be dedicated to air quality monitoring over time. Staff had the opportunity to work with a couple of air quality vendors to gain a stronger assessment of what a more robust air quality monitoring program would look like. And we were able to negotiate up to $3 million over a 30-year lifespan for all of the wells. That's included in Exhibit H in the regional operator agreement that was provided to you. The majority of these payments would be made up front to establish this program. So essentially saying that during the beginning of drilling and hydraulic fracturing is when a lot of the air quality monitoring and baseline testing would want to occur. And then as the wells start to produce over the lifetime, there's not as much money that needs to be allocated to the program. An additional improvement that we were able to negotiate was the Harlow and Jacobson pads that are closest to the existing residential. We were able to reduce one of those pads entirely from the agreement. So this means that the total number of well count would be reduced from just under 200 by, so those 32 wells are going away entirely. So the overall well count's decreasing by 32. An additional protection that we are looking at as well, we also provided an option for the operator to relocate the Condor pad site. When this regional operator agreement was proposed, there's a large area of about 2 sections called prime sites, which recently has obtained a master developer, and they currently have pending land use applications with the city. The development schedule for that is much more aggressive than had previously been determined. There were no active applications at the time. So based on the concept schematics and plans that we received, we are encouraging the operator to move the site to the east. The landowner also has expressed a desire to move the site further away from planned residential, which would be in the future Hightower Ranch area. So you would essentially, I'll show you on a map on the next one. But this is essentially to remove conflict with any planned residential and greater conformance with our city's future land use plan. As part of this, the applicant also requested the reduction of produced water pipelines. The applicant felt that in giving some of these protections, specifically reducing the amount of wells on the west side and which would be closest to residential impacts, to reduce the requirement for produced water pipelines along the E470 corridor. So the two sites that would be, so whether it's Harlow or Jacobson, and then the Heron Pad site would still be required to have produced water piped off site, but the sites that are going to be farthest away from residential do no longer have a requirement for produced water pipelines. So Exhibit A has been modified, as you can see here. So the Harlow and Jacobson pads, the applicant would be allowed to permit only one of those pad locations with a maximum of 36 wells. The idea with the Condor well pad site is that the pad site will move to the east after renegotiating a surface use agreement with the landowner. So sections 22 and 23 on the map are generally owned by the same individual property owner. Thus, there is some traction to be able to move that site in the future. And this is just an overview of the ROA. So some of the protections that it does provide greater protections than current COGCC regulations. It has an exhibit, the BMPs, that contains a large number of public health, safety, and general welfare protections. It establishes application requirements, enforcement provisions, emergency response equipment and training purchases of about $500,000, insurance requirements well above COGCC requirements, and beyond our LDC requirements. Exhibit A does indicate which sites and the agreements that will apply to, and it does not provide extraction with vested rights or approval of any individual well site. The staff has said in the past that this agreement is intended to be an overview framework and not a vested rights final approval. So next steps moving forward from tonight, if we don't have any additional direction from City Council, staff plans to execute the agreement this week. Oil and gas permits submittals for all sites contained under the agreement are expected to be submitted shortly thereafter. For sites that are currently not under the agreement, listed as a site that's currently zoned for oil and gas. So the only sites currently that allow for oil and gas facilities are the Reunion PUD. They would need to apply for rezoning requests, which would come before City Council. The applicant is also planning to submit conditional use permits for the Phase 1 pipeline, and then, as I mentioned, the Reunion PUD oil and gas permits. So we're going to talk generally about the code update. Staff has now transitioned towards working towards the land development code updates. So the main objectives that we have with this code update are to utilize Senate Bill 181 to authority to zone oil and gas, essentially, and then generally incorporate other powers granted to local governments through the agreement. We want to define approval criteria for alternative site location analysis. Currently, the code requires it, but it's not specified what those requirements are. Look at process approval evaluation, incorporate the feedback received during the focus group meetings, and then evaluate additional feedback from the public, industry, and other regulatory agencies, and then evaluate financial assurances and fees, codify the best management practice, and incorporate meaningful health, safety, and general welfare protections. So this is just kind of to provide feedback on what our land development code update timelines will be. So from tomorrow on to October 4th, we're going to be holding public and stakeholder meetings. We have a regulatory group meeting scheduled for next Monday. And then we're going to be meeting with the industry the following Tuesday to gain feedback from those folks. And then we're going to be holding a general public meeting. We're going to be providing some additional communication to the public about these dates and the location. But we're going to be having a general public meeting at Bison Ridge Rec Center up north on Wednesday, October 2nd. And there will be a daytime meeting at Eagle Point the following day on Thursday. We would then go to Planning Commission study session. We would have another study session with City Council on October 14th. We would post a draft ordinance to the website on October 23rd. And then we would have an October 30th Planning Commission hearing. And then the first ordinance would be read by City Council on the proposed LDC changes on November 4th, with a second reading on November 18th. With that being said, staff is available to answer any questions that you have about the agreement or the potential or the pending LDC updates.
Dominic, thank you for the update. Does council have any questions concerning the update? Mr. Guardiola.
Thank you, Dominic. And I don't know if this geared to you or Brian, is there a reason why we're rushing the ROA? Could we wait until after we pass our land development codes November 18th?
I wouldn't describe the process as being rushed at all. The agreement's been under negotiation for about 18 months now. Pursuant to the public comment period, a number of additional comments were worked through with Extraction. It appears we've reached a tentative agreement with them last week, so now it's just a matter of final editing of the document before we believe it's in a position to be administratively approved. So I don't think anything's been rushed. There's no reason to rush it, but at the same time, we're at that point in the process where the agreement is very close to its final form.
With that said, and this is to my colleagues, don't we think we owe it to our public to give them another shot to read this? Because that's who we represent. We did the 21-day, and it doesn't have to be a 21-day comment period, but I think they deserve that because they're going to be living next to these wells and in this city.
Mr. Madera.
So why did we remove the pipelines for the wells on the easternmost side?
So as part of the negotiations with Extraction, it was a request once the public comment period had ended. Extraction looked at the overall plan and some changing dynamics in the way that the well sites would be operating in the future. As part of this, we recognized that the majority of the concerns regarding siting locations were primarily closest to residential. As part of the agreement that we have as a draft agreement, essentially, we're looking at the amount of impacts that would be had. So essentially taking one of the pad sites away from the agreement on the west side where it's closest to residential, you're reducing a significant amount of truck traffic over the lifespan of that facility. So in terms of the increase in truck traffic that you would, so the reason that you would have produced water pipelines is to produce water trucks on the roads and that type of thing. The amount of truck traffic that would be resulting from removing the produced water pipelines on the east would essentially be around 4 to 5% over the lifetime of the wells. If you compare that to the amount of truck traffic that's reduced by getting rid of the 30 wells on the west side of the agreement, it essentially evens out. So from a cost-benefit analysis, you look at in terms of the improvements, you have increased truck traffic on the east, but most of those sites are far enough away from residential that there's not as much of a conflict. But we looked at it from a planning standpoint and said, where are the majority of the truck traffic going to have the most impact? And we did everything that we could to reduce those closest to residential. So as part of that, the produced water pipelines are still in place for those sites that are west of Tower Road, which would include the Harlow site and the Heron pad, because we don't want to have the additional truck traffic in those locations. But farther away along utilizing E470 and other means that are farther away from residential, that was the trade-off essentially.
And what route will these trucks be taken to the east over there?
So as far as the operator has expressed, we'll be reviewing these during individual oil and gas permits, but primarily utilizing E470 going south to a production facility in Watkins.
So where would they get off on E470 and?
I'm sorry?
Where would they get off on E470 and drive through Commerce City streets?
So you're talking about from the pad sites to E4. So essentially they would take, if you go back and look at the map, you take these 5 facilities and they would take essentially access points to what would either be 112 and some of these other minor collectors, and then access E470, and then essentially take that down to facilities in Watkins, and then they would have some truck traffics that go north. I don't have the specifics. We haven't actually looked at the individual oil and gas permits for these, which would include the transportation plan. But provisions regarding that are included in the ROA as well.
I think that's still something that we need to look into, because what I think is happening is they saw the cost benefit of paying the impact fees for not having these pipelines and seeing how much money they'd save from having to acquire the right of way for the easements and, you know, the convenience to the residents and just pay the money for the impact fees to drive on the streets. Because if you look at these maps, they go either to 120th to get to E470 or 104th. And then, you know, some of the wells that are further south, they may be even going down to Pena Boulevard or, you know, straight down Tower to I-70. So,
Sure.
you know, I think we do got to take into account the actual road impacts as well, not just the residential. And then my next question is the ROA consistent with what we have planned for the land development code, and will the land development code supersede the ROA?
So I'll answer that second question. One additional comment that I want to make on the impact fee is I do want to mention that by reducing the produced water pipeline for the 5 sites to the east, they would have to pay an increased transportation impact fee based on the ordinance that was passed in July. So it's a cost difference of about, I want to say somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500 per well if they're not utilizing a produced water pipeline. So that's also considered as part of it. Regarding the land development code updates, the study session that we had with you all last week, we kind of presented options of what we could explore for land development code updates, where we should be. We kind of compared the regional operator agreement as is with the draft. I would say that within the version that we have now compared to the one that we talked about last week, there are those additional protections in there. We feel that it's generally consistent and has a lot of similarities to the recent regulations that have been passed by Adams County. And the direction that we sort of have going forward is to utilize the work that staff has done with the best management practices and incorporate them as sort of the base template for the code. Depending on how that goes with public meetings and stakeholder input and that type of thing, we'll have to see. But the direction that we received from you during the last study session incorporates that.
And then with the reduction of the Harlow-Jacobson pad to just one pad, will that make all the well sites a quarter-mile setback from residential and other buildings?
In terms of a quarter mile, I'd have to check. I don't think it's a quarter mile. It would be within 1,000 if Harlow was removed.
Thank you.
Let me clarify one thing. Every pad site originally required 3 pipelines, one for produced water, one for gas, one for oil. And so I just want to clarify for the public that's listening, the only pipeline that's affected by the change is the produced water. There's still pipelines required for all gas and oil production.
So that gives me another question. So how's this produced water collected? Is there going to be ponds on site?
So essentially what would happen is for the produced water, for the Jacobson and for the Heron pads, when they do go through the pipeline, they would be most likely routed to either the Falcon, the Owl, or the Blue Jay pad, and then trucks would come and collect that. So they would have to have maybe 1 or 2 small storage tanks to collect the produced water, and then they would have trucks that would move it off-site.
Thanks.
Mr. Huseman.
Thank you again, Mayor. I would like to address some of the comments that were made during citizen communication, as well as some of the comments that have been made in a barrage of emails that I had the pleasure of responding to today. First up is a comment that 181 eliminated the need to do an ROA. Can we comment on that, please?
Can you say that again?
The comment was made that 181 eliminated the need to do a regional operator agreement. Can you comment on that?
So regarding the need to do a regional operator agreement, so the ROA has always been an optional choice as part of that. There are some significant benefits through going the ROA process, but in terms of needing to remove the ROA as a requirement, it's not necessarily direct.
I'm happy if I can. Senate Bill 181 did not address the regional operator agreement. It gave legislative opportunity to cities and towns and counties that was not previously clear, but it did not obviate the need for addressing protections in the absence of changes to regulations.
Okay, thank you. The next comment was made that under this regional operator agreement, no site can ever be denied.
The regional operator agreement does not guarantee the approval of any oil and gas permit, which still must go through the review under the Land Development Code in the time that the permit application is deemed complete. And a site-specific extraction agreement would be needed at that point.
Great. I think this is a similar statement. I think you can just say you concur with this answer. Once the ROA is signed, we have lost our rights to object to any site pad that comes along. We have lost all control. Why would we possibly want this to happen?
I do not concur with that statement.
Thank you very much. You know, it's interesting. I've listened to the argument. I've seen, we talk about 394 negative public comments in 21 days. And boy, that's a lot of negative comments. A colleague to my left talked about how a lot of those were copy and pasted. But, you know, I love Stephen Covey. Dr. Covey, he was phenomenal. I've been to a couple different symposiums, and Dr. Covey taught me the importance of a paradigm. And if we focus on that paradigm of 394 people had something negative to say about this, that sounds like a lot. But then I think to myself, man, there's almost 58,000 residents in Commerce City. And if 394 people had something negative to say about that, that is 0.006% of the population of Commerce City had something negative to say about this regional operator agreement. And then I think, okay, if I take out the southern portion of the city and I just focus on the northern part of the city, and there's 30,000 residents up there, and I have what, 0.12% of the population in Commerce City, 0.12% in the northern range of Commerce City had something negative to say about this regional operator agreement. So for everybody that is just, 394 people, I ask you, change your paradigm. 0.12% of the residents up north and 0.006% of the residents in Commerce City had something negative to say. For all the listen to your constituents, do you want me to listen to that 0.006, or would you rather that I listen to the 99.04% of residents that don't object to this, that had no negative comments to go forward? I just asked that question.
Mr. Hurst.
So I had two very similar questions that were brought up and are brought up fairly often when we talk about specific articles in the ROA and the protections that we're told that we lose with those articles. And I think Councilman Huseman addressed those questions directly, but specifically, I'm pulling it back up, sorry, in Article 2 and Article I believe it's 6. He directly addressed both of those. And one thing I do want to say, Oscar, is that with the transportation plan and with some truck routing studies, I believe that the impact and the use for E470 may be a viable option for this. I too, the first thing that my ears popped up was the elimination of water pipeline. But when considering the sites east of E470 and where they're at in the use roads to get back to E470 and where they're at today, I think we could make a viable transportation plan. If I'm good at anything, it's that. And so I think looking at that would be an opportunity for us to make a viable transportation plan where we minimize the impact for the trucking, from the trucking side of it. But really what I want to get from the city is what protections do we have moving forward as we codify and as we get the opportunity to hear what COGCC begins to formulate their new rulemaking, which again, there's no clear timeline on when that's going to happen. What protections do we have moving forward to be able to comply with those new guidelines so we're not out of compliance with new COGCC rules?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. To the extent the COGCC imposes new restrictions on applicants as opposed to the city, the applicant would have to determine those with the COGCC. I think it's been asked before as to what COGCC regulations would apply to pending applications, and I don't believe the state has determined that at this point. But the ROA does not and cannot affect COGCC standards.
I guess my question is, do we have the viability with this ROA to adjust as needed with new COGCC guidelines?
So there's generally statements in the agreement about future technologies and best management practices. Going forward, there is a process for minor amendments to the agreement. So if there are provisions in the in state regulations that can be incorporated as part of the minor amendments process, that certainly can be explored throughout the ROA. Additionally speaking, in terms of the regional operator agreement, in terms of the protections currently, our current land development code doesn't have nearly the level of the protections that are given to the city through the best management practices in the regional operator agreement. And essentially to keep that in place currently is why there's a need to focus on that aspect of it. But there is certainly provisions to allow the document to grow and change in the future as better technologies arise and that type of thing.
Lastly, the thing I would like to see for everybody in the city to be able to see is what we got to see in our planning meeting last week. The comparisons to our neighbors, to Adams County, to Brighton, to Aurora, to Broomfield, to those who are going through similar agreements, through similar times right now. I thought it was a major eye-opening document to see that in many areas, our ROA is more strict than almost every one of our counterparts that we were given the information for. So I admit we didn't do research on every one of our neighbors. We didn't see the results on every one of our neighbors. We did request more comparisons of this, of that type. And so I would request that we continue getting those comparisons laid out in a documentation to where we can share that the hard work in this ROA that has been done has benefited us more so than even the county level in most respects, not all respects, but in most respects, and as well as our neighbors in Aurora and Broomfield and Brighton.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Dominic, for all the hard work you and your staff have done on this. Probably wasn't a very easy task. I know you've changed a lot of things and worked probably a lot of long hours on this. I have a question and a statement. My question is to my counterpart, Mr. Guardiola. This has been public since July, am I correct, this ROA?
So the version that was made public on July 8th. It was open for a comment period until July 29th, and it still has been available on the website until that time. Staff came to a tentative agreement on this version of the ROA on Thursday. So tying up all the loose ends and getting all the exhibits in place, we have all that information now.
Because I did not know when it was actually there for people to read, so that answers that question.
Yeah.
And secondly, you know, I understand that that if I walked out into my neighborhood and knocked on doors and said, do you want fracking next to your school, I would probably get 69% of the people saying no as well. It's all in delivery, and I'm not doubting the earlier citizens poll that she took in her neighborhood. I'm just saying that in my neighborhood, if I went to those to 69% of my residents and explained this and how they were going to do it, I think people would probably understand a little bit better, and I don't think the numbers would be as high. And I think that's the key in all of this is how this has all went down and how people need to understand. And listening to my counterparts here tonight and other people and certainly the industry on both sides, the activists through several months, this ROA, although perhaps isn't needed, to me is a good thing because it certainly spells it out, and the safety measures taken by our city far exceed anything else out there. And why wouldn't that be something that most people would want to see other than just completely shutting the industry down? And so people know where I stand on this issue. I'm not going to flip-flop on that. You know, I'm not anti-oil and gas, but I am for safety and doing it correctly. And I think they have shown that they're willing to do that. And from what I've seen, that's the case. I had a school teacher tonight say that, 700 kids at Prairie View, they don't want fracking next to their school. He was speaking to me because one of those kids is a senior. It's my kid. And I hope he talks to him tomorrow because my senior is very well in tune on what's going on in oil and gas in here. And he knows they're not going to put a fracking well outside of his high school. And so, to group that together and to scare people without knowing the facts, and these are certainly a lot of facts. Both sides have presented a lot of facts through the several months this has been going on. I mean, it's clear to me that, I trust the experts, you and the staff, in the information you're gaining with this and the hard work you've put into this. And that combined with the industry working together in an agreement. I mean, I come from a world where there's IGAs all the time, and that's how things get done. And so with that, I'm okay with what I'm seeing. Thank you.
Mr. Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. Where I disagree with my colleague, Mr. Huseman, I think it's a bold statement saying that 99.9 whatever of our residents agree with this agreement and this process. I am not anti-oil. I think there's a balance, but I think we have to listen to all our residents, and saying that 99.9 are for this is just wrong. I think we did hear from both sides, and it was overwhelming, both sides, the anti and the for. And the most that I listen to on both sides are residents that live near me, live in the core city, live in Reunion. So, again, I appreciate the work that our staff has done for this, but some of you guys will go to other communities at the end of the night, and we still have to represent all of our residents for and against. So.
Seeing no one else, I do have a few comments of my own. I think, we've worked on this, and this isn't just this council. Dealt with it for 10 plus years. The first 8 years that I was in office, we were dealing with oil and gas issues. But I will tell you, the one thing that I truly believe is that we have a better operators agreement than Broomfield got. We have a better operators agreement than just was approved in Aurora. And there's some folks in our community that wouldn't be happy with one well in any location. And I understand that, and I appreciate their comments, and they have been diligent about coming in here and yelling at us on a regular basis. You look at this map and you say, okay, pick any other locations than what's currently picked. Pretty hard to pick anything that would be less disruptive than what's displayed on this map without banning oil and gas from our community. And some people, they want that to not have any. And we do have an obligation, and Mr. Hurst had a little bit of a tangent earlier to talking about some of the pressures that we're under. Very often have I heard, there's no well going near the mayor's house. I think it's important for everybody to know that my house is probably closest to a well, closer to a well than 99% of the rest of the residents in this community. I have a 3-year-old granddaughter that lives in my house with me. There is nothing that I would do consciously to risk the safety of my family or my granddaughter. Mr. Hughesman has a small child. Mr. Hurst has small children. There's several people up here. We all have families that live in this community, and they don't all live within our homes, but they live in this community. I know Mr. Teeter has grandchildren that live up in Reunion. We all are concerned about the health and safety and well-being of our own families, let alone our constituents' families. And if I felt that they could negotiate to a better scenario for the health and safety of this community, I would recommend that they continue to negotiate the operator's agreement. But if you're going to be able to get rid of one of those pads off of 112th alignment and to move the Condor pad, I think we've made some great strides in our negotiating, and that's a benefit to our staff. The other thing I think is important to note that we hired an attorney, an oil and gas attorney, that has primarily represented communities against oil and gas. And maybe that has been helpful. The other thing is, I think it's important, everybody says we're not considering 181 and the rulemaking. I will tell you, if it wasn't for 181 and what the legislature has set forward, I don't believe we could have had our staff negotiate what we were able to negotiate in this operator's agreement. The other thing is there's a lot of bad information going out. This council's not making a decision to approve an oil and gas well or anything else, but I can tell you at some point in time, this community will have to consider approving some oil and gas wells at these locations. But through the negotiation process, I believe we have improved the health and safety and welfare of our community, because if we didn't go down this road and we were to be faced with a lawsuit for a takings case and a judge was to rule that we couldn't stop it, it could go in a whole myriad of different areas than what is shown here. I know everybody has their own opinions, and right now, politics are driving me crazy. I watch the news every night, and I think, my wife's opinion is that I'm going to get banned from watching the news because it makes me nuts to watch how people act today. It's just outright can't even have a discussion about what's rational. And tonight we heard everything from, we're doing this by schools, and I try to pick out and look where the schools that are going to be affected. I think the staff has done a really good job of keeping us away from schools and other places that would be high concentrations of children and what have you. But even to go as far as, and you know what, I have to give a lot of credit to Mr. Quavo, to get up and say he's worried about global warming or whatever, and we're all destined, if we don't change our ways, we're going to die in 10 years. That may be. We may die in 10 years because we haven't been good stewards of the earth. And I'm not discrediting Mr. Cuervo, but he actually came forward and said, this is his position, act now, and I'm assuming based on that mentality, we don't want any oil and gas ever, anywhere, not here, not anywhere. And a lot of the folks have went and testified in other communities for the safety of those communities too. And that makes it really hard when we have people that go out and they're in Broomfield, they're Boulder, they're Louisville, they're Aurora, and some people just don't like oil and gas. And I will tell you, I think it's important that we find alternatives to offset some of our need for fossil fuels in this country. But I also don't think that you stop using what you have to generate heat, air conditioning, everything else that everybody's accustomed to without having an alternative that works. And right now, we're not there. So I'm all for new technology and everything else, and I think it's really important to say that there's new well technology. I went out, we talked about water, Mr. Madera brought it up. I went out to a site recently and toured a well site, a well pad. It was 14 wells. They're going to build houses within 250 feet of that 14 wells. It's in Adams County, not in Weld County. I didn't see one drop of oil. They're using electric motors. There was hardly any noise. What I did find interesting is that they actually vent the trucks that pull up to get the water. They vent the air in those trucks as they're filling them with water back into the system to keep it that minimal on what happens for air emissions. And the new technology and what's out there, yeah, of course I want these things to be safe. I want to make sure our fire department and Tri-County Health and Colorado Department of Health are all playing an active role. I thought a lot about the whole Suncor thing and what happens if Suncor goes away, if we overregulate it and they're not here anymore. How many trucks and trains does it take to bring that fuel back into Colorado? Are we actually going to help the environment by getting rid of a facility that we can start giving them time to increase the air emissions so that there's less impact to the community? Or do we truck all that stuff here from Houston? I mean, there's give and takes with all of this stuff, and this is not an easy job to sit up here and get yelled at because you have a difference of opinion. But I will tell you, I worked in the industry for a long time, not in oil and gas, but in cleaning up messes created by bad legislation. I worked at the Arsenal, I worked at Rocky Flats, I worked all over on an emergency hazmat team that went and cleaned up spills and took care of those kind of problems. Broomfield just did their air monitoring and found out that there was no increase, no viable increase to any air emissions from the wells in Broomfield. Of course, I want it to be safe, but I also want accurate information distributed to the residents. And today I also took some calls, and I had people begging me, please do not approve this operator's agreement. We're going to have these wells are going to be next to my house. I don't even know if they saw a map. There's a well next to my house, and that's okay with me. If there's going to be one in this city, I prefer it to be by my house instead of yours. But I'm not afraid of it. I want to make sure that we do our best to create an environment that's safe for our community. And I do not believe that this council would ever support anything that they felt was going to increase the risk to our residents for health and safety. I was on that pad, and when I walked around those 14 wells, I can honestly say I felt safer walking around that well site than I do in Walmart. And that's a fact. Because I know, after being there and seeing what I saw, anybody that has concerns about new well technology, including this council and our staff, should all go out and experience what that looks like when it's done, because it's really hard to sit up here and make decisions based on what you think it is. And I went out this weekend, and I sat right next to a well site, and I shot doves with my grandson. And I could tell you, he's not any worse off for it. Neither am I. So I want to commend the staff for negotiating, I think, the best deal that this community could get to allow people access to their property rights. So thank you. Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify, I wasn't saying that 99% of the population is in favor of this. What I was trying to point out, the fact is 99% of the population did not submit comments against this. That's the point I'm trying to bring there. Another thing I keep hearing all the time is frack no homes, frack no schools, and we don't need this in residential neighborhoods. And I look at this map here, and I don't see any residential neighborhood where any of these pads are. Are any of these areas zoned residential currently?
As far as I'm aware, the current Condor pad, there's a planned PUD zone document amendment, obviously not on that specific parcel. But generally speaking, the majority of these locations are not within residential districts and far enough away from residential.
Okay, so to state where this doesn't belong in a residential neighborhood is kind of a little bit of hyperbole out there because it's not in a residential neighborhood. And I just want to make that clarification. Same with, as the mayor said, there's no schools next to these sites. You know, the same people that went to Adams County and praised those commissioners for their courage to enact these regulations last week are the same ones that are coming here today and saying, don't pass restrictions that are greater than what Adams County just passed. When you look at that analysis between Adams County, the COGCC, and what is in this regional operator agreement, in most every case, it is more restrictive than what Adams County just passed. So why are the same people who are praising their courage standing here saying it's okay there in Adams County, but it's not okay right here? I don't think I'll get that answer. Thank you.
All right. I think that takes care of comments from the council. Seeing no more, thank you for the oil and gas update and all your hard work. That brings us to Fonterra Village Metro District 2 refunding request. Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. You heard during citizen communication from the Fonterra Village attorney about their request. Are there any questions about the request or the acknowledgement and consent that's being requested to be signed? They did provide additional information over the weekend that I provided to you about the maturity date and the savings for the homeowners. See what other questions I can answer about the procedure involved. But otherwise, council could make a motion to authorize the city manager to sign that form, the acknowledgement and consent form.
Mr. Huseman.
I'd like to make a motion to allow the city manager to sign the acknowledgement and consent requested by the district as shown in the packet.
Madera.
Second.
Motion and a second. To authorize city manager to sign an acknowledgement and consent request by the district as shown in the packet. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. Buffalo Highlands Metropolitan District, temporary appointment of board members. Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. As I mentioned last week, shortly before the council meeting, the city received a request for the appointment of directors to the board of the Buffalo Highlands Metropolitan District because all of the members of that board had resigned while a recall election was pending. These individuals had identified themselves as those who had self-nominated in that election and I believe indicated in the letter that they were going to be automatically elected. However, after consulting with the election official, in that matter. I understand that election is being canceled as required by state law because of the resignation of all of those directors at that point. State law under the Special District Act, Section 905, subsection 2.5, authorizes the City Council to appoint a board of directors until an election is held in the case where there are no members left on the board, as is the case here. And if the failure to appoint a new board will result in the interruption of services to the district. We also received last week indication from the current district manager that the attorney and I believe accounting firm for that district had resigned as well at the time of the other district directors resigning, and indicated that the district manager also would be resigning next month. And as with all local governments in Colorado, October, November are your times for budgeting and setting your mill levy for the following year. And so in order to pay for the services that that district does provide for the following year, that district does need to act quickly. So the statute does provide for council to make sure that there is a board in this circumstance. Council could appoint, as requested, those 4 individuals who identified themselves as residents of that district to the board, in which case they would serve until an election is held, which is either 6 months or potentially at the time of the next regular election for districts in May. The other option is for council to give an opportunity for other individuals who are residents or taxpaying electors in the district to submit their names, and council could then hear from them and conduct some sort of process. However, time is short to do that. So we've identified with the city manager the opportunity potentially to hold a short special meeting at the beginning of the meeting next week, which would require council action to set that meeting, or the mayor could. Or we could put it on the October 7th agenda to then have a process to hear from people. That does delay it a bit and put you into the budget cycle kind of dangerously. So I don't necessarily recommend a robust process to advertise and conduct interviews as you would for a council vacancy because of the limited time here. But I wanted to get council's view on that moving forward, whether you wanted to appoint the 4 people who had self-nominated and their names are listed in your script and in the letter in the packet, or if we wanted to try and set a special meeting and do some simple Facebook notification to that area, and maybe just see if more people wanted to come in next week at a special meeting and consider it then.
What are the desires of council? Mr. Madera?
I had a question about, so if we were to place the appointment on the October 7th agenda, what would happen if they didn't set their budget by then?
Mr. Madera, I have not researched the full effect of that. My assumption is that they would have difficulty in collecting tax revenue in the following year. I don't know if the prior mill levy carries over. Otherwise, I think there's a potential for that, but I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. They may have service contracts pending. They would be without a manager because the manager, the attorney, and the accountant would have resigned. And therefore, if the districts get sued or if they need to hire somebody to cut grass in common areas, hire somebody to publish their budget or make payments on their debt service, they would be without the capacity to do that.
So, I mean, it's kind of a odd position that we're in here, and we time and time again we worry about these metro districts. Is there, I guess, why was it? Did everyone resign? There's so many outstanding questions.
As you may recall, earlier in the summer, landowners of undeveloped property from that district came in and requested to exclude their properties from the metro district because of the pending recall. Upon the exclusion, which council consented to, those properties would still be subject to the existing debt service, but were taken out of the operations and maintenance and future debt issuance. 3 directors, I believe, had to resign because they were landowners of that property. So they no longer owned property in that area. And then the 2 were subject to the recall. 2 were subject to the continuing recall election, and I believe resigned to avoid the costs of the recall election for the district as well. But as to the speculation as to what led to the recall petition, it would only be speculation. But it is a position council's in, and you have 4 people who appear to be residents of the district. I understand several of them were circulators of the recall election petition. I think 3 of the 4 is what I was told by the district manager. You do have people who are present and willing to serve in this capacity.
Yeah, I guess I would be more inclined to schedule a special meeting in the interest of time and making sure that everyone who is interested in the position has a chance to apply for it.
Mr. Huseman?
I was going to make a motion, but since Councilman Madera has made a motion, I'll retract my request to speak and hope to have the opportunity to do so shortly.
Mr. Hurst? All right. So I have a motion from Madera, second from Huseman? No? So I have a motion from Madera to have the special meeting for September 23rd, is that correct? Is there a second? I'm looking for a second, then I'll go to discussion. We can all have a shot at it. Mr. Davis?
Hesitantly, I'll second that.
A motion and a second to have a special meeting on September 23rd to hear from persons interested in appointment and then to make the appointment. We're going to have discussion now. Mr. Huseman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not in support of the motion made by Councilman Madera. I actually would prefer that we appoint the 4 individuals moving forward. There is a backstop of security in there based in that they will have to have an actual election taking place, be it during the normal Metro District election period, which happens in May of every even year, or within the 6 months as the city attorney specified. These 4 individuals have been involved in the district in trying to get the errors that were created that we allowed the other developers to exit out of the district. The appointment of them is a direct result of our action in allowing that action to take place. These 4 individuals are the ones that have been involved on their neighborhood and trying to get things changed and improved for them for the better. So I have no issue with these 4 individuals being appointed for the next 6 months, possibly out to May until the next election, and do not feel that we need to have a special meeting or put them on the October 7th agenda. I do feel that they need to be brought onto their board, presented with the financial documents as quickly as possible, given the history of what needs to be done, so that they can make informed decisions going forward as they set their mill levy. It is crucial that they have as much opportunity as possible for that review. So as a result, I'm not in favor of this motion and would like to make a motion should this one not fail. Or excuse me, should this one fail.
Mr. Hurst?
So as vice president of my Metro District, I also realize the importance of having meetings abrupt, like as soon as possible, to start gathering budget details and preparing for the next year. So I'm also in support of these 4, and also citing the fallback that Councilman Huseman just pointed out, but also it is my understanding that this board can grow to add a 5th, which would allow somebody who had interest of also participating in this board to run, or multiples to run against each other to fill that 5th spot. So with the short time of 6 months or the election in May, I feel that it would be adequate for us to appoint the current 4 that are requesting this appointment.
Okay. Davis, do you have any
I have a
comments? Question?
Where are any of these board members present here tonight? This important vote?
Are any of the folks that are on this appointment for Buffalo Highlands Metropolitan District, a temporary appointment, are any of you in the audience? No, I don't see any there.
We'll note that we did not advise them to be here,
Sure.
just so you're aware.
Okay, but were they aware that this was happening I see it on the agenda?
We spoke to the election official and the district manager on this. We did not anticipate whether action would occur tonight.
Thank you.
Madera?
I understand the urgency of the matter, but, you know, again, this is kind of a sign of the times of where we're at. Where if you're not happy with someone, you issue a recall election and go through all that, scare people from their posts. So it does set a bad precedent, given that these people are elected to be the representatives for their metro districts. So, you know, I only think it's fair to wait a week or, you know, put out the request to see if anyone else is interested. And if there's still the only 4 candidates, then those are the 4 that we appoint.
All right. I still have a bunch of lights lit up here, and I don't know who wants to talk and who doesn't. So,
sorry.
That's all right. Huseman.
Thank you. I understand your concerns, Councilman Madera. I think that whenever we talk about metro districts, we are completely separate from what we talk about that takes place in the politicking down at the State House and at the governorship and everywhere else that a recall is typically used. In a metro district, as the district is being built out, as it is formed, it is run entirely by developers. At a certain point, a homeowner has an opportunity to get elected to that district. What took place is there was going to be a recall election, and the board members that were on that district said, you know what, in order to save the homeowners money, in order to save that $80,000 that it would cost for the recall, they requested to be excluded and resigned from the district. So I don't begrudge any homeowner out there for wanting to be on their metro district. I think that more homeowners need to understand the importance of getting involved in that district process and understanding where the money is going and where their property taxes are going and the costs that is associated, and putting in those checks and balances to make sure that the districts don't run away the way we've seen in the past. There are districts in our community that have refinanced their debt so many times and pushed the repayment out to the point where people are going to live in those homes for 40, 50 years and never get those bonds paid off. So I think that your analogy that the recall process towards this metro district, I don't really think it's the same as what we're seeing taking place down at the State House. And for that, again, you know, let's get these people on board and let's give them an opportunity to start their district out safe. There are 4 individuals who expressed interest and have worked through the process. And in 6 months to May of 2020, there's an opportunity for anybody else that wants to jump on that board and take care of that.
Seeing no one else that wants to speak, I can tell you that I don't know any of these people. I'm assuming they're probably good people and that they've stepped up and want to be able to serve their metro district. But I'm kind of torn. Is there someone else that wants to serve that's not given the opportunity to? I don't know. Hearst and Huseman both serve on their metro districts or have. Don't want to forego somebody that may have an interest, but I also don't want to hold up that metro district from being able to operate as well. This council, I think this appointment thing is really difficult because this isn't a normal action for the council from the perspective of metro districts. The developer runs a metro district, like Councilman Huseman said, and as the development grows and reduces the amount of what's left to develop and creates more constituency, those seats are brought on board. And for us as a council to have to consider an appointment for people that we don't know, for issues that we don't have 100% of the detail of. But I do agree with Huseman and Hearst that there was a reason and they're part of that district. But I don't want to hold up that district, but I don't want to not allow someone else that has an interest as well. So this is, out of all the years that I've served this council, I don't recall ever having to deal with appointing people that I don't know who they are for a metro district that has had issues and is going through this process. So from that aspect, I understand what Oscar's saying as well. So before I vote, I'm hoping that someone has, and I'm looking to Huseman and Hurst with their background on metro districts to give me a little bit more comfort of voting not to have a special meeting and why there's some protections in place for this process to work itself out. So if either one of you can shed some light on that, and I know Huseman's been extremely active and given some recent deliberations on metro districts. I'm hopeful that he can convince me that if we appoint these 4 people, that I'm not going to have made a bad decision by not waiting. And if I wait and there's no one else that steps forward, then I've just wasted their time. So, Huseman?
Your last comment there, I think, really hits it on the nail as far as nobody stepping forward. If you actually go out and you look at a lot of Metro District boards, there are vacancies out there. That's actually what got me first involved whenever I got a property tax bill and I said, okay, where's this money going to? And then I pull up the SDA website and I look on there and there's a 5-person board and there's only 3 people serving on it. And they're all 100% developers and no homeowners. 2 of us in the neighborhood put in the application and tried to get elected, and lo and behold, there weren't enough people that applied for it, and so it was an appointment at that point. And every person that I have ever talked to that has gotten appointed to a Metro District Board went through a similar thing where there were not enough people to get voted on, so they were appointed. We now have a 5-person board in our district, and all 5 of us did not have to go through an election because there weren't enough people running. So you could delay this another week and say, okay, well, let's try and get some more people to come in here, but there is no guarantee that you're going to get more than those 4 people that want to take advantage of the opportunity to serve on the Metro District and shape the future of their community. That's where I'm at on that. I don't think you're going to get more than 4.
But I figured that, and I just wanted to hear someone else say it. Mr. Hurst.
Well, like Councilman Huseman was just saying, there's a 5-person board, metro districts. If we appoint 4 tonight and one comes next or comes forward and says, I would like to as well, as long as they are qualified by living in that development, I don't see why we don't appoint the 5th. Because of the short term, because of the rules that apply beyond this, I don't think there's that type of risk. Metro District is the most localized government you can have besides maybe an HOA, and I can promise you they'll come to your front door if they want to talk to you about it, because they do. So I have confidence that these 4 have been active and know the issues, and that's who I'd like to turn the board over to the most. If someone who's done their homework, I can't tell you how they're going to vote or how it's going to affect anything, but someone who's paid attention and worked their way through the issues and tried to resolve their issues, what sounds like as a last-ditch effort through a recall vote. I don't know them personally, but it seems to me like they've put in the effort that I think all homeowners would want as someone who's going to be there to put in the time and the effort to try to get things right.
If it helps, thank you. If it helps council's consideration, I referred to my notes again. I think I mentioned 3 of the applicants had self-nominated for the recall election. My notes reflect that all 4 of those homeowners had been people who had nominated themselves and were intending to participate in the recall election, and no other homeowners had not self-nominated.
So they're the only ones that stepped up.
That's my understanding.
That helps. Given that, I will also be not supportive of this motion, hoping for an alternative motion to appoint these 4 members. Mr. Huseman?
Two other points I'd like to make. Councilman Hurst makes a great point as far as the fifth seat is still available. And then districts do have the option to increase the size of their board if they so choose. Another thing as far as protection, everybody who serves on a Metro District board has to fill out and sign and have notarized a statement of attorney, please help me out with where I'm going,
Are you looking at conflict or?
Yes, thank you. A statement of non-conflict. So you have to basically certify that there is no conflict against you serving in that position. So if these four people are appointed and there was anything that come up, then they would have to sign that and determine whether or not they truly have non-conflict.
Hurst, anything else? Madera?
In the interest of time, I'll withdraw my motion, but I won't be supporting these candidates.
Okay. I'll accept the withdrawal. Takes us back to being open for a motion. Huseman?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we appoint with a immediate effective date Lisa Kaiser, Patricia Lloyd, Brandon Young, and Nicholas Webb to the board of the Buffalo Highlands Metropolitan District.
Mr. Hurst?
I second that.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Wait till she puts it up. Okay, so we don't need a roll call. I could do by voice vote. I could do this by voice vote, Sheasley?
You may.
All right, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. All right, well, the naysayers, please raise their hands so we know who is who. All right. So, 6 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 excused absence. Motion carries. Takes us to reports. City manager. Oh, more administrative council business. Mr. Huseman, you're right. I was just trying to move things along in the interest of time. Go right ahead.
I have a couple items that I would like to bring up. Went to the Harvest Moon dinner. I know that sounds like it's reports, but joined some of my great colleagues at the Harvest Moon dinner. And won an auction item for a little house to put non-stinging mason bees, I think they call them. And started doing some research on that and seeing how much more they pollinate than a honeybee and everything. And thought, you know, I think it would be great if we allowed for beekeeping in small and very well-regulated quantities within our city and the residential neighborhoods. So I would like to make a motion that we have a study session to explore that option and see whether or not that is something that we can go forward with. That's number one.
I have a motion to direct staff to have a study session to discuss allowing small quantities of bees to be kept. Is there a second? Councilwoman Frank.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to direct staff to do this, and as part of discussion, I actually have a small beehive that I have had the interest of firing up and getting some bees. So I'm interested to see how this goes, because we want to do something for the environment, get some bees. So I'm supportive of it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, we'll be talking about bees.
My second item, I'm so glad that the young lady, as Mayor Ford referred to her, came in and talked about some of the issues that are going on there at North Range Village with the North Range Crossing Apartments. There is no fence that separates the two properties. And so I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to explore the feasibility of a fence being installed. And I know we're probably thinking, well, that's two different private properties. Why should the staff? Because the city partnered as part of the Commerce City Housing Authority with that apartment complex. So would like to see the city explore the possibility of funding a fence to provide a little bit of separation between those two areas and relieve some of the frustrations that the neighbors in that neighborhood are experiencing. Number 2.
There's a second. Guardiola.
I'll second that motion.
Have a motion and a second to have staff provide us with information on a fence and how that would work between two private properties. I'm okay to hear that out. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, you want discussion? Absolutely, Madera.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about property rights all day.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
Now we're building fences on private property. Like that's, I don't know how feasible that is. I think the better course of action would be to go and talk to the developer, Dominium, of the property and see if that's something that they'd be interested, or have them come to the table and talk with the neighbors. Maybe they'll split the cost of the fence, but you know, we're going, it's a little bit of a stretch here, having the government building fences in between neighbors. You know, if that's the case, have them come out to my house and build me a fence.
All right, I have to clarify, I don't think the motion was for the city to build a fence. I think it was to have the staff explore how you could have some separation between the properties. And I would agree with you, Mr. Madera. If there's some issues, which we know there are, that that particular development is having a negative effect on some of the residential neighbors in the area, especially with the smoking and where people are hanging out and everything else. I'm all for trying to come up with a rational discussion to vet some of those issues, but in no way am I supporting the city to be building a fence on private property at this time. So I want to clarify that. It would only be to hear it out, because there's immediately some of the things coming to my mind is, if it's a solid fence, are we going to end up with a billboard for graffiti, and are we going to create more of a problem with separation? What do our fence ordinances allow based on visibility and tunneling effects and everything else? I think there's a lot to be explored. I was just up to at least hear options to make the community, that particular situation better. But in no way was I supporting the city building a fence on private property. So I have to clarify
And to
that.
go along with that, you know, yes, the housing authority is a partner, but they're not the operator of that property, so.
Absolutely.
They don't have any say in that.
We don't have any rights on private property, and I would agree 100%. And I think that the discussion would probably lean towards how we could communicate with all parties involved to come up with some kind of a solution to decrease some of the negative impacts by one property versus another. But that's the only place I was going. So I don't want anybody to think that I was willing to use the city dollars to have the city go in and build a fence on private property. Now everybody's starting to light it up. Madera, oh, you did yours. Huseman. Hurst.
Oscar, you know I'm on your side on that one. I fully agree. I think I would ask Councilman Huseman to change his, to amend his to explore solutions by bringing both parties to the table, potentially, or explore being able to bring both parties to the table. And if a fence is one of the options, by all means, we'd like to hear about it.
I'm good with that as well. Huseman?
To appease Councilman Hurst, I will amend my motion that the city staff get engaged and have that conversation between all interested parties to come up with a solution. I too did not want somebody, the city spending money on building a fence, but I did want a solution that works for both parties. And I think that solution does not have to be borne on the back of the neighbors who have been inconvenienced more so than the inconveniencers. So I do amend that motion, and thank you for setting my motion correctly.
All right, Guardiola.
I'm all right with that amendment.
Okay, so now I have a new motion. Is that acceptable to the second? Okay, so I have a motion and a second to explore both parties and common interests in reducing some of the issues in the area. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried.
All right, so my last one. NLC, you've probably all gotten emails from, has sent out numerous emails asking if you wanted to apply for a position of board leadership. I have the interest of serving on the board of the Energy, Environmental, Natural Resources Federal Advocacy Committee that I'm already on, as well as the opportunity to possibly serve on the greater NLC board. Part of that process, they ask you if you are going to be endorsed by the Colorado Municipal League or your state municipal league specifically. And so I would like to seek that endorsement and am requesting from the council this evening permission for Mayor Ford to send a letter to the Colorado Municipal League allowing me to get that endorsement or in support of me getting that endorsement. Only one other individual in the state of Colorado is applying for that board position. That is the mayor of Centennial. So it would be a great honor for the city to have somebody serving in that position, and that is why I'm seeking that support. Thank you.
Mr. Hurst?
I would like to make a motion to approve Councilman Huseman's request to seek that position.
Councilwoman Frank?
Second that motion.
A motion and a second, and we need some discussion. Davis?
You know, last week we went after Steve Douglas on a similar type, asking for, and I just had to speak out because I just want to know from you what this entails and how you're going to be addressing whoever you're addressing as the council or your individual self and how that works. Because I went after him for it, and it wouldn't be fair if I didn't go after you for it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you keeping it equal across the entire spectrum.
It's my job.
The representation on these committees, I do believe, is more of a personal thing than it is a city thing. You know, I have my own personal beliefs, but if there were anything that were coming up that I had to vote on, then I would obviously feel obligated to come back and have a conversation with the council and seek approval for that position to have out there. You know, when you came and talked to me about wanting to seek your position that you're sitting in, that the one question I asked you was, are you willing to put aside your own personal beliefs for the good of the city? And so I think that anybody, no matter what board you're sitting on, you have to have the mentality, be it at the local level or if you get an opportunity to serve at the federal level for the National League of Cities. So that would be my basis going forward, should anything come up.
And tell me again the designation and what you will be doing.
So I currently sit on the Energy, Environmental, Natural Resources Federal Advocacy Committee. I've sought, there are two things that you can do. You can apply for a board position for that committee, and you can also apply for greater National League of Cities leadership position. My preference is the National League of Cities leadership position.
And you're on that committee now, correct?
I think I am on a committee now. I think preference, I don't know, maybe my preference was the ENR. I think it was. I think my preference was to have a board position on the ENR. And I just threw my name out there on the other side just to get that exposure in order to manage my pie.
Thank you, man.
Madera?
I just want to know what the time commitment's going to be for this. You know, I don't want you to be overextended.
So, of course, I'm required to be there for the March NLC event that happens in Washington, D.C. that we have in conjunction with our federal advocacy trip. And then I have to be at City Summit. And then there's a 2-day board meeting that takes place. And I think this next one will probably take place in Los Angeles because the next president of the NLC should be Mayor Garcetti out in Los Angeles. And so it'll be in his host city. And that's 2 days. So There's in addition to the trips that we normally take to NLC, there would be 2 days of travel for the board meeting in the summer.
And then likewise, last week, we got after Douglas, Councilman Douglas, for his appointment. So, I just want to make sure that you'll be representing the city and representing them to the best of your ability to be fair to everyone in the city and not your personal leanings.
Absolutely, and I think I already answered that question prior, that basis ever since I've gotten involved in this has always been to represent the city and set aside my own personal beliefs.
First? Davis?
And just one other thing, I'd like to thank you for telling this before you were appointed, to give us some head up.
I was gonna go to the same place. I didn't even know you had to ask anymore. So I appreciate at least you coming forward and making that request. And I will be supporting it. However, for the whole council, you guys have appointments that are gonna come up for those of you that are going to retain your seats. It's really important that you get some guidelines in place that require board members that serve on behalf of the city to come back and communicate what's being voted on and what position the city's taken, because far too often people are voting their personal agenda versus the city's desire of this council. So I couldn't go without saying that, and I would hold you to the same standards that I will hold any other council member to concerning those particular rules. All right, seeing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion's carried. Bill and administrative business. Does anybody else have any administrative council business this evening? Seeing none, takes us to reports. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor Ford. In addition to the city manager report that was distributed towards the end of last week, wanted to let you know that today we did close on 48 acres of open space. It's adjacent to the Second Creek open space, south of 88th Avenue between Tower and Buckley. City Council authorized the expenditure a few weeks back, and the closing officially occurred today. So it expands the city's holdings for future park property.
I got a question. There are prairie dogs on it? I'm not being funny, I'm serious. Is there prairie dogs on it?
Hope so. I'm sure there is.
Is it not part of this contract?
It is not.
So
So this is, it's adjacent to Second Creek, but it's not adjacent to the current Second Creek open space that the city owns.
I'm making a point here. If there's prairie dogs on that property and they're not part of that contract, then the city's gonna still have a population of prairie dogs that could help satisfy some of the we're not gonna kill them all mentality, right?
That's true.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear you say. That's a good thing. Mr. Huseman?
Thanks for bringing up the prairie dogs issue. I would, can I make another motion? I'm sorry. I
We're
apologize.
out of administrative council business at this point in time, Mr. Huseman. But if you'd like to add something in reports, keep
Great.
it brief.
I will, absolutely. Would like to make another motion that city staff explore with Prairie Preservation Conservation and see if there is an opportunity for them to step in and help to relocate some of these prairie dogs prior to them being killed. While the lawsuit is pending, and I don't know what the current status is, if we have an opportunity that we could avert some of that and continue the preservation project that is going forward, yet do so in a manner that saves at least one prairie dog, then I would like to see that take place.
All right. Go ahead and continue with your report, Mr. Manager.
I think Mr. Huseman just made a motion.
Is there a second to Mr. Huseman's motion? Anybody? Mr. Davis?
How can I not second that? I'll second that.
All right. The motion and a second to explore opportunities with prairie, what's the name of it? Prairie preservation on relocation of prairie dogs. Guardiola, discussion?
Yeah, I got a couple questions for staff. Where are we in that process? And is it going to affect the amount we paid them? And how, I just want to know, like, how's that going to work?
I have no idea. We'll have to explore that and see. Certainly, there is still litigation pending between Prairie Preservation Colorado and USDA. So our contract that City Council approved with the USDA can't proceed until that resolves itself. So we'll have to explore it and see how that might work. It sounds to me like it would impact our contract with the USDA.
So I hear what Mr. Huseman's doing, and I agree. But I think if we already voted on this, and if it's going to affect the contract, the staff time, the city time, I think we have to keep going, moving forward. This was, there was a resident that gave us an option to relocate a couple before, and we turned that down. What's the difference now? So I just think we have to move forward with that plan that we all voted on.
Peter?
I agree with Mr. Gordiolo, and if it does go forward, there's going to be a cost involved in this too, and if it's per dog or whatever, it's going to be astronomical.
For clarification, Mr. Teeter.
Yes.
There's not dogs.
Yes.
You need to, I hate that. They're not dogs. Hurst.
My request is if we are to proceed with this motion and approve it, that we set a time standard. We have delayed this more than once now, and we've heard from both sides, and there is definitely a side that we've delayed several times that is ready for us to proceed with this.
Mayor Ford, if I could clarify or correct my earlier statement, there is no stay in the litigation between PPC and USDA, so we are proceeding with our contract work with the USDA. I believe the schedule is that the restoration work would begin the first week of October, so it is moving along. So if this is something City Council would like us to pursue, my guess is it would impact that timeline.
Madera.
Yeah, this is hard. I mean, we've already postponed this once. We voted on the matter. You know, if this is how the government does business, then, you know, nothing's ever going to get done. So I think it'll be too disruptive to the process and how far we are already to, you know, execute a contract and then renege. That's not how you do business. And, you know, the council decided, I believe the vote was 7-1. So this is essentially the same vote over again. And, you know, we already conducted 2 studies, spent a lot of money on this. Both studies came out with the same results. And now we have someone saying that they can relocate these prairie dogs, but they have nowhere to take them, no plan. And I don't think that's going to get solved in 2 weeks before the contract commences. So I'm strongly opposed.
See, I still got all these lights lit up. And I have something to say as well. So if Huseman's the last one, I'm going before you. I'll let you clarify in a minute, but I got to get my 2 cents in. The majority of our residents have come in here and told us that they are having an issue. We've got residents on their own trying to go out and poison these animals. We've got degraded area for drainage, 0 plant life for stability, 0 plant life to encourage other species. I'm not for eradicating a species or destroying an entire species of animals. However, over the years, with lack of management, we've put our residents' properties at risk because we're declining or not doing our due diligence to manage our own property. I talked to this council and sent information concerning the plague, health issues that could arise, that could have negative effects on our residents, on their pets, potentially their children. We have had these major discussions too many times. They are rodents, and they are overpopulated. And when a colony gets overpopulated, disease will come. It is more unhealthy to those colonies to leave them without being managed and lack of natural predation to deal with starvation and everything else. They're digging holes in people's yards. They're digging holes in all the HOA parks, everything else. We're only going to manage the property that we own. Those prairie dogs that are on private property will come back. There will be significant wildlife within those open spaces, and I could not support a motion to do anything but proceed after we've made it to this portion. We'll just drum up and create more political drama, and if this council removes this or stops in this process today, I can assure you and the residents that you have a very hard time of ever managing a population of anything that actually needs some intervention. And so I could not support pulling anything off. I will only support continuing with our current plan. Mr. Huesman, you're next.
Thank you. Clarify, whenever I made the motion, I said that I did not want to halt or delay or do anything on the project. The only thing I'm asking for is for staff to reach out to Prairie Preservation Conservation, and over the course of the next 3 weeks, is it possible for them to relocate some of these prairie dogs to Rocky Flats, as was indicated this evening? I see no harm in having conversation. I'm not saying that we need to delay the process. I understand that the vote was taken and everything, but if Prairie Preservation Conservation wants the ability to go out there in between now and October, whenever these prairie dogs are going to be murdered, and go out there and pick some of them up and relocate them to Rocky Flats, I don't see any fault in that. That is still reducing the population of the prairie dogs. That is still preventing them from going off and damaging homeowners' yards and everything that people are complaining about. But we are giving an opportunity for a group who is concerned about the life of these prairie dogs to come out there, gather as many as they can, and relocate them. And then that reduces the amount of poison that needs to be used, and it's a win-win for the environment. It's a win-win for everybody to say, we made a difference. I'm reminded by a great commercial that I used to watch on Armed Forces Network all the time. And a little kid is walking by and he's picking up sea stars and he's throwing them back into the ocean. An old gentleman comes back and says, "What are you doing?" And he says, "The tide's going out and the sun's coming up, and I'm throwing these sea stars back in the ocean so that they live." And the old man looks at the kid and says, "You can't save them all. You can't make a difference." And the kid says, "I made a difference to that one." So let's make a difference to at least one of these prairie dogs and get it relocated. Continue with your project, continue with the thing going on, but let's at least make an effort to try to save some of the animals if Prairie Preservation Conservation wants to come out there and do it themselves. There is no harm in allowing them to do that.
You know what? Stated that way, they can have as many of them as they want up until the time when the USDA comes in to do what they need to do. I have no problem with that. If they can save them all, then let them have at it, as long as we're not changing any course in our delivery.
The cost is.
No, I could support that. So you want to make that a motion? All right. Is there a second? Davis? All right, as long as, and you're good with how he readdressed it? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say nay. All right, how many ayes do we have? How many nays do we have then? Oh, set up a roll call. 5 yes, 3 no. So I want to reiterate, nothing slows down the management plan for the USDA. You have up until the day they come in to do their work, to remove as many of them as you can, no cost to the city. All right. Still in reports. Mr. City Manager,
Nothing further.
are you sure? You don't want to bring up bats or something while we're at it?
Positive.
All
Nothing
right.
further.
City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor Ford. I wanted to note a couple items. If I can find my notes from tonight. Continuing with Metro Districts, as previously reported, Aberdeen Metro District number 2 has a lawsuit pending, a petition filed to exclude certain undeveloped property from that. The city is named pursuant to statute as a party in that. There's an order in that case that suggests that the city is supposed to consider a resolution agreeing to provide services to that site in the same way that the Metro District provided services to it after the exclusion. We're uncertain of the meaning of that in light of the statute and have filed last week an unopposed motion for clarification of that order. We have the consent of both the district and the landowner in that case. So we're trying to work towards a resolution in that, but get clarification and get all the parties to work together. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that today we issued a request for proposals for an attorney to serve as the liquor and marijuana licensing authority, given the retirement of our current authority in the fall. And so we'll hope to get people back to council recommendations back in October, sometime for that. That's it tonight.
Thank you. Guess it's my turn. I'm going to pass on reports this evening. I know several of you, most of you, went to an event out at the Refuge Saturday night. It's always a great event. This is the first year I think I didn't make it out there. But other than that, I want to, because of time, I'm going to skip on reports. If any of you have something that you feel adamantly about bringing up for reports, I'll allow you that opportunity. Anyone? Seeing none. There are no further business to come before the City Council, City of Commerce City. I will adjourn us to the ECA GID meeting. I'll call that meeting to order and ask the Secretary to call the roll.
Chair Ford.
Here.
Vice Chair Teeter.
Here.
Board Member Madera.
Here.
Board Member Frank.
Present.
Board Member Davis.
Here.
Board Member Douglas.